Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing some more Dark Cloud 2 for the PS2. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games we played in the past, be either obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game, shall we? I 100% believe that the orcs from 40k would invent the battle bus. That makes so much sense, it's actually a little disturbing. Like, of course they'd invent the battle bus. Of course they would. I can hear that in my head too, hell yeah. Oi, where we dropping, boys? It's close. You're most of the way there with the orc truck. It's so true. Alright, so I think we're ready to head to the next area, but I'm going to real quick just poke my head into here and see if we got any more rewards waiting for us. Because I do want to make sure we got all the rewards possible before we clear out. So let's see. We go to analysis. We're at 90% here. Holy shit. The only thing we have left to do is we need to move Stuart in here. Which I think we can do. I don't remember what we're waiting on for that. That's literally it. We just need to move Stuart in. I don't remember if we have Stuart yet, but I'll check. And before the completion bar goes above 100%, that actually would make a lot of sense considering this type of gameplay. Let's poke our head in the future real quick. If there's any more chests in there. And then I also want to do a quick walk around the field itself and see if there's any chests. Because somebody told me sometimes there's chests in the prison as well, so I should be checking there. Which is kind of shifty, but alright, I'll see what I can do. Alright. Make sure there isn't any hanging around here. So as before, I was complaining that it's really tough to find the chests because most of them were on these bridges. And that's a brown box on a brown bridge with PS2 resolution. And that's just dirty pool, is what that is. Oh, there's a chest right there in the shadows. Potato pie. I think that is something we want quite badly, right? Refresh my memory. Potato pie is increases Max's defense. Yes. There we go. That means both of our characters now have defense 20. Defense is not just how much damage they take, but how much damage they are able to block. So that is a huge, huge upgrade. Because if you can, if the enemy's doing less than 20 damage and you're blocking it, then that means you take no damage at all. And that's just humongous. That's exciting. Could we always put it on the N64? And the N64 was all about this stuff. N64 was like all collectathons. For some reason. So not only is that a plausible scenario, but it's happened. I probably played that game back in the day. God, I don't think we've done any N64 games on stream yet, but there's a couple games that would make a lot of sense to be on here. I think the problem is a lot of the games that would make sense to play from N64 for me are also not very good. Which is a problem. Yamaguma, how did I know you were going straight for Hybrid Heaven? That wasn't even the one I was thinking of. The one I was thinking of, which I've never seen anybody play on Switch, probably because for as weird as it is, it's not very good, is Space Station Silicon Valley. Which in concept is an amazing, amazing game. Where your character is basically a small computer chip, and all of the enemies are robots. And the idea is, you can take over any enemies. Like, basically any enemies. You can just take them over and then control them for a while. It's very cool. Also doesn't work very well. It's not particularly well balanced. And some of the enemies are just so frustrating to deal with in any capacity that it's hard to recommend. Let's see. Gaming Gilmo, I've never even seen Hybrid Heaven played. I just know it's hot trash. I know I've seen somebody on my follow list play it before. I don't remember who. Let's see. Space Age Silicon Valley is so much fun, but it is certainly a game full-time. Flare Cat, welcome in. How are you doing? I wanted to love that game so much. Let me put it that way. I desperately wanted to love Space Station Silicon Valley. I say wanted to because I really didn't. I tried real hard. I think my problem is if you hear me describing a game that's cool in concept but bad to actually play, it sounds, not coincidentally, like I'm describing an abusive relationship. Because you'll see me playing a game that's just horrible and not fun to play, and I'm just sitting there going, maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe the game is fine and it's just me. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to change. Spoiler, it's usually not. Not always. Occasionally it's me, but usually not. I can fix it, just give me a little more time. That is 100% me playing Space Age Silicon Valley. That would be a great System Shock side game. Shodan's First Day is Gone. Oh my god, that would be pretty cool. I would just totally play that. Do I need to check out these islands? Like, is there gonna be things on these islands? I don't actually know. Let's do a quick look around. On the off chance there's anything stashed around here. Let's see, I did read a short guide for it. Oh, Nintendo Power back in the day. I had a subscription to Nintendo Power when I was very young. I loved that magazine. Imagine Pokemon with Mon-specific items. Oh man. That would make the game so much more of a grind, though. Right, trying to find, like, once you build your team, having to find all the right items just for them specifically. It sounds exhausting. Alright, yeah, nothing here. Do I need to take pictures of anything here? Like, do I need to get a picture of the big pot? Maybe. Do I need to get a picture of the torch? Maybe. Do I need to get a picture of the church? Stained glass? That works. Was any of those new? One of them. I'll take that. Just delete everything else. Illbleed. No, Illbleed just sucks. I will say I wanted to like it when I first got it just because at the time I was on a quest to find obscure horror games. And I'm like, surely there's some gems out there that nobody's ever seen. And there were. There absolutely were. But also there was some hot trash out there like Illbleed and Blue Stinger. And why were those the first two that I found? I don't know. But those were the first two that I found. Alright, that's the sheriff's house. I think we just didn't build a house for the guy that we needed a house for. That's probably just the thing. Still remember pre-ordering Emerald through the magazine as a subscriber-only thing. Oh, that's wild. Flare Cat, you've been there as well. Some games just like, they should be good. Some games should be good, and so you play them and you're just like, I was so sure this game was going to be awesome. And then when it's not, it's just so confusing. It really is. 50 whole dollars, like King's Ransom. I can do cheap pity. Let's see. Illbleed is really cool, but it's not even a little fun to play, and if you play well, it isn't even fun to watch. I think that's probably a good description. Like, it's on paper, there's some neat aspects of it, speaking of. But actually playing Illbleed is a goddamn chore. It feels like work, and games should never ever feel like work. Illbleed feels like work. Illbleed is goddamn exhausting. And while I may someday play Illbleed for charity, I don't think I'll ever voluntarily play Illbleed. Yeah, some games are good despite themselves. Some games have no right to be half as fun as they actually are. This is true too. Oh, yeah. 13 started out really promising. I thought 13 was going to be amazing. It didn't stick the landing though. Yeah. You know what the problem with the consulting detective games is, Rook's Honor? They're an adaptation of a board game. And the board game is really good. As a matter of fact, the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective tabletop game is one of my favorite tabletop games of all time. But it does not work well as a video game. It really doesn't, because it's very mean. You've never heard of it before? Oh man, look it up. It's so good. Although, if you buy the original, like if you buy the base pack of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, I think right now it's called West End Adventures, you'll actually recognize the scenarios that they base the games on, which is wild. Let's see. Shane, in 3 days, I will be subscribed as long as the funny number. Oh man. You'll get to see if I set anything up for it. Or rather, I should say, whether I configured it correctly. That'll be the big question in 3 days, Sasaga. We shall see. We shall see. It's Gamegumo SGF, the Let's Play of Illbleed, which is the only way anyone needs to experience Illbleed. One of the people on my follows list is an Illbleed speedrunner. So she plays Illbleed dozens, if not hundreds of times. And I don't know how anyone has the patience for that. Let's see. Bo Blair, it's going good so far. We're just getting started for the day. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Let's see. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, Jack the Ripper, and West End Adventures. That's not actually... No, the one with Jack the Ripper isn't the base set, I don't think. Or that wasn't the original set. All of the Sherlock Holmes boxes can be bought separately. Each one just basically has a bunch of cases, but they don't connect to the other ones. So that's not the first one, but yeah, you can absolutely pick that up and play that. And I do recommend it. All of them are very good. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started on episode 4 here.
All righty, let's move them out. Ocean, here we come.
We're heading to the ocean. Exciting. Awesome, Hellion. Awesome. I hope you have a good time with it. Like, the most important thing is the tabletop game has scoring rules that are basically the same scoring rules as the video game. Just ignore it. Don't do score when you play it. Just have a fun time and solve a cool mystery. Bring some friends over and have them play with you. I usually like playing it with 2 or 3 people. I think it's awesome. Or even just one other person. Just doing it co-op is very nice. Did they use a scoreboard siren? That 100% was a sports siren. Ooh, Grim Dawn. Nice. How's that going for you? Alright, so next is a place called Venecio. Probably mispronouncing that. We're going to find out.
Smell that ocean breeze.
So this is what the ocean smells like.
What? You've never been to the ocean before?
Yeah, well, I've seen pictures and books though.
Wow.
All righty, we'll be right here waiting for you.
Hey, now it's the bridge that's down. Leave it to us.
Thanks a lot. Well, let's get going.
What a coincidence. Every town has something broken in it that keeps us from immediately heading on to the next town. That's so crazy. Let's see, I was watching an old British wrestling show and they used a very obviously dubbed 50s gas pump for the bell. Oh my god, that's gotta be distracting. Hallie and I couldn't imagine never having gone to the beach. Of course, I live in Florida, so speaking for points of privilege. I've been to like an actual ocean beach twice. But other than that, Chicago actually has beaches and they're not bad. But if you get any of the Lake Michigan water in your mouth, you're going to be having a bad day. I'm just warning you right now. It's like we're in some kind of contrived game or something. I know. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to deal with it. Good video? Sure. On a scale of 1 to River Country.
So this is the ocean. Amazing. Wow! It feels so good!
What do you think? Like it?
Oh yeah! Come in and join me! It feels great!
Sure, okay.
Make sure not to take any of your clothes off, though. Just wade in fully clothed.
It's coming from that cave. Let's check it out.
If I hadn't set out on this journey, then I never would have seen the sea. There are still so many things in the world that I haven't seen. Right then, I wanted to see them all. But more than even these wonderful things, I wanted to see your smiling face, Mother.
A small case of
Chapter
brain-eating
4.
amoeba.
Goodbye, Shingala.
That's terrifying. There's a 1745 Polish dictionary that defines horse as everybody knows what a horse is. That is a person writing a dictionary that really, really doesn't want to be writing a dictionary. You can actually feel their disgust with the process. Hello?
You mustn't move it. I said not to move it.
Is that the Loch Ness Monster?
What do you want?
Well, hello to you too. Max's VA is Robin from Teen Titans, and now my brain cannot hear it. As soon as I heard him talk the first time, I'm like, who is that? What is that voice? It's so incredibly vivid. It really is. Wild Aurochs welcome in, and then you find his mother in Pete's Hotel. Mutated Lapras kind of looks like that too. Legally distinct Lapras.
I'm a bit tied up right now.
Chugaboom, welcome in. How are you doing today? Cecil the Seasick Sea Serpent. I mean, it does appear to be sick, so that's possible.
That's a Shigura, isn't it? He's still a child.
Ah, so you know about them, do you?
Why are you a rabbit?
I gave him a name. I call him Shingala. He turned up here lost about a month ago. Every year at about this time, the Shigura come from the south and live on these shores for a while. This one must have got split up from the tribe. I'm Pao. I live in this cave. How's it going?
I'm Maximilian.
I'm Monica.
Is Shingala injured?
Yeah. He slipped from the cliff yesterday and took me with him. I didn't think human medicine would be any good. Damn it. Sorry about this, but I need to ask a favor.
Well, we just met, but this is JRPG, so sure, let's do it.
Can you watch Shingala while I go and look for some medicine? Outside the cave, there's a place where some Shigura are gathered. I think if I go there, I might be able to find some medicine that'll help.
Watch him? What do we do?
Just watch him.
Literally, just watch him. The literal meaning of the word.
I'll be as quick as I can. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute.
If he starts dying, do something.
Aw, man, he's just gone.
How come we get stuck here babysitting some sea dragon? The nerve of that kid.
Oh, it's not that bad. This big guy's pretty cool.
Oh. Whoa!
What?
Oh no.
What's the matter with him?
He's headed outside.
You had one job!
Gotta stop him.
It's no good. Wow!
Oops. We failed at our one job!
He's heading toward the sea.
I am technically still watching him.
We've gotta follow him.
Okay.
Yeah, technically I watched him the whole time. Shane, you can't just ask people while they're rabbits. I'm sorry, I was so curious. Yeah, there's actually a couple of recognizable voice actors in this game. Like the engineer guy is literally the Colonel from Metal Gear Solid, which is amazing. Sarah from Land Before Time? Holy crap. Yeah, the IMDb page for this must be wild. They really do have a shocking voice cast. Yeah, why did the glass bottles of these games always hold up so well? Aside from the fact they don't want to animate them breaking. You know, aside from that. He moves just faster than your walk speed, just slower than your run speed. That eyeball is awesome, thank you. It's actually the cursor from the game The Seventh Guest, which we played and I've never played again. It's gonna eat you, don't you know? Oh god. Wookie, welcome in. How are you doing today? What's the engineer guy's name? Phew. I don't remember off the top of my head. If I remember, I'll let you know, but I'm not sure I recall. This one's mostly pretty straightforward. Still a lot of stages, though. Alright, let's get started. Pirates! There's a geostone here, so I guess we're doing more of that here. Presumably, I didn't see a place to do it, though. Alright. Let's see, I think we saw King Martin before. I think he was the big fish. We haven't actually met Emperor Griffin yet. He's like the game's final boss. Alright, let me refresh my memory for where I'm at right now. So, Smash Wrench. We're just waiting for that to get attack up, I think. And then the trumpet gun. We can probably level that up at some point. I need to figure out what path we're taking. And then for Monica, we're not far off from leveling up her chopper, which is insane because that's our best weapon so far. And then her gold brassard we definitely need to work on a bit more. We'll do that as well. Let's see if I can remember the controls here. This guy's actually can take some damage. Alright, we can finish him off before he berserks. That's the important thing. That's good. Screw that Othello puzzle. In some versions of the game, it's actually unwinnable. And I wasn't 100% that my version wasn't one of them. Why is there so many Land Before Time people in this game? That's really weird. That is not a thing, apparently. You see a chest and another enemy, though. I do remember finding Max's weapons a little too goofy for me to get into. So far, Monica has been our big hitter. Ooh, no effect. There we go. All right. Doing well there. Crack open this chest and let's see if we can do a little bit of upgrading. Why not? What is this white thing on the map? I don't know. It looks like it leads down to another level. That's kind of wild. Skies of Arcadia. I want to play that game sometime. I have never played it, but I would like to play it at some point. The tank gets the best goofy weapons. Oh, the ride pod. It does get some wild stuff. All right, so let's see. Smash wrench. Let's see. Where is the smash wrench going? I've got the paths here. So smash wrench. We want to do the first path. So we just need to level it up. That's fine. That part's easy. And for the trumpet gun. Where do we want to go with the trumpet gun? Probably under the top one. So we are going to want to do exorcism is what we need. All right, cool. Let's work on that. Sky's a great stream game. I gotta get a hold of it first is the problem. I'm hoping to get, I think the GameCube one, people have told me is the one to get, but I don't actually have a copy of it yet. I'm hoping I'll be able to get one at some point. Alright, so we have no idea how much exorcism we need, so let's just get started on this. So what is that? Oh, pearl. Kinda nice. Let's see, Holy Crystal gives exorcism. Oh, it doesn't have any synthesis points. Shoot. Alright, so I can't even do that. Probably should check that first. Alright, Monica. Gold Bazaar just needs more stats in general. Nothing fancy there. How about the chopper? What are we doing with the chopper? For that I think is the complicated thing. For that, I believe we want the second. No, we want the first path. So Cyclone, Beast, and Scale. I can't believe we don't have enough Beast yet. That's kind of wild. Alright, yeah, let's see if we can add a little bit more Beast onto that. Get to the chopper! I know we can add more Beast. We got that somewhere. Right here. Spectrumize. There we go. And synth. GameCube fixes the encounter rate and has some nice bonus stuff. Perfect. Alright, I will definitely be trying to track down that one then. Need more Beast. Yeah, I've seen copies at swap meets before, but it is a little bit pricey, so I haven't been able to get it yet. Although I think this weekend is going to be another video game swap meet. I might see if I can go pick up a copy there. I'll see what's up. Certainly I will let you know if I get any good finds there. I haven't been to this thing in about 3 years because first they closed it down because of COVID, and then the venue that they usually held it in shut down, so they had to find a new venue. So I'm very excited to be going to that finally. Still need more Beast. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 50, but I want to make the most of my Spectrumize points here. Synthesis points. Synthesize. Go. Still more. All right, let's see if it was 50. Let's see if it was in fact 50. Hopefully it was, then we can move on to something else. And oh yeah, all right. It was 50. All right, so now we need to do Cyclone and Scale. Start with Cyclone because that should be the easier one, and then eventually we're gonna run out of synthesis points. But yeah, I've talked about this swap meet before because it is an incredibly, incredibly cool place where you can just find all kinds of really neat retro games. Last time I went, they had the guy that was the lead developer on the original NES Rampage was hanging around there signing autographs, which is kind of insane. But it was neat to get to meet him. Yeah, right? Like, I never expected to see any celebrities there, and, you know, he's not exactly A-list by any means, but I'm like, oh shit, I played Rampage, I enjoyed Rampage, that's awesome! I think this list actually does say what I need here. In which case... I think I need 50 Cyclone. Hang on a sec. How much can I get? So, assuming it is 50, that means I need 15? Just do 15 and see what happens. Oh, glitchy audio? Thank you for letting me know, I appreciate. Let's see, I wish we got stuff like that in Florida. Closest I can think of is Southern Fried Gaming Expo in Atlanta. This one's in a fairly small town near me. Which is why I didn't know about it for a very long time, but yeah, I'm excited. Like, it's not a huge thing. It's not a huge event or anything, and I think a lot of people don't even know about it that live in the area, but it's neat. Rampage is good fun. I had a lot of fun with that back in the day. Holly is FemShep. Holy crap, FemShep in a PS2 game. That's wild. Do you give it an order online, or do you enjoy the thrill of the hunt too much? I usually buy most of mine online. But whenever this swap meet comes around, I'm always very thrilled to see what kind of cool things I can get. Because I usually do find some neat stuff. Alright, so... synthesize. Was that correct? Let's see. Build up. Yes! So in that case, what do we need for scale to get to the next thing? We need 41 scale, which we are not going to reach now, but we can do what we got. We've got 11 points. Let's see how much we can get for 11. Spectrumize. 33, not bad. Let's see, Jennifer Hale is in lots of stuff in this era. In Metroid Prime, I did not remember that. That's wild. Alright, so now we need to get some more points on that. That's fine. For Gold Brassard, we just need to build it up a little bit. Nothing really special there. To be fair, she didn't say much of that one. This is true. Not exactly a very comprehensive role. Oh, jeez. Ow! Well, there's my first damage of the day. And of course I don't have any healing items. Naturally, I did not stock up on those. Of course, why would I? Suddenly this got a little bit dangerous. Samus isn't what you'd call a talker. Not very chatty, this is true. Even in like the Game Boy Advance games where she does have a lot of lines, I believe most of them are meant to be like internal monologues, so she's not even speaking them out loud. Alright. I want to take out the one with a ranged attack first. If I can. Ow! As he hits me with said ranged attack. Shit! I don't have any other healing items, do I? I don't believe so. Can I eat these? Oh, those actually work as healing items. Cool. Ow. There we go. Jump back, rude. There we go. Whew, all right. Suddenly, Darkwing Duck reference. Ow! Whew. All right. He can jump back. He can block. That guy's got some moves, surprisingly. I don't know where he learned his moves, but he's got moves. Oh, and a follow-up hit. Was not expecting that. Beautiful. I love finishing him off with a kick attack. It's so disrespectful. Alright, there's the magic crystal, so we'll be able to see where everything is. Which is handy, because that's the end of the road right there anyway. So I guess we're heading over to that cave thing? Those... I guess. Looks like the only possible way forward. All right. Ooh, was that a double follow-up? These guys are full of surprises. There we go. Healing item. Let's see, chest up here. We'll go ahead and snag that. Life element, so that's always nice. That's a dead end. Throw a rock at this jerk. Yes! And now he's dizzy. Beautiful. Excellent. That's always a nice little shortcut right there. And leveled up his weapon. Oh, what are we doing with this one again? Oh, it's ready to be built up. Alright. And is the Stinger Wrench what we wanted next? Let me double check. So it's the drill wrench, smash wrench. All right. Yes, we do want the Stinger wrench next. All right, yeah, let's do it. This special wrench that can steal items from the enemy. I like the idea of that. All right, we got plenty of synthesis points. So... I want to start working towards the next thing immediately? I think we do. So let's see, what do we need first? Lightning! How much lightning do we need for the next thing? 72 lightning! Jesus, alright. Let's see what we can do. So for that we need... 26 lightning, I think? Let's see what we can do. Not that much. Ah, actually. A wrench that can steal? I'm trying to imagine just like pickpocketing somebody with a crescent wrench. It's a little hard to get my head around. Alright. Synthesize. Excellent. So we're good there. Now beasts. What do we need for beasts next? We need 68. So we need an extra 38 beasts to get it to the next level. We'll take what we can get, I suppose. Just wrenches the items free of their original owner. I love it. Alright, what do we need for scale? For scale, we need 45! So we need, what, 37? I think? We're not going to be able to do that either. Do what we can. We've gotten to the part where I'm actually running myself out of resources. For a while we were living large, now we actually have to worry about stuff. Alright. It's magnetized? That's pretty handy too. I kind of like that idea. Alright. Beautiful. Whew. That might have actually been a new enemy. I'm not sure I recognized him. I thought he was one of the turtle guys, but now I'm not 100% certain. Let's head towards the chest down here. Get that, and then we'll go with that Corsair. Excellent. Doing noticeably more damage, I like that. Thoughts on the game overall? It is incredibly, spectacularly ambitious. They tried to do a little bit of everything and succeeded for a lot of it. Which is very cool. And I definitely respect them for just, like, trying. And so far, I am having a lot of fun with it. There's been a couple parts that are frustrating. Definitely when you first get into the Georama system, I feel like they could do to explain it a little bit better. But yeah, overall, having a great time with this game so far. Yeah, we just stole a holy crystal from that guy, so that was handy. I don't know if I would have gotten it for defeating him, or if that's just a thing that I got bonus, but either way, I'll take it. Always cool when games don't play it all that safe. I mean, it's dangerous. It's dangerous, especially today. Like, I feel like people are very harsh with games that don't get right immediately. But, you know, out here on the edge, as it were, is, you know, where you innovate, where you find the cool new stuff out. I hate those question marks. I'm not even gonna touch that. Mix of whimsical and practical. Exactly. It feels very thematic, which I think is neat. It's a UI that fits the vibe, which is always cool to see. Alright, there's the exit door. I don't think we found the key yet. We'll have to see what the key is. That's the only way Shane knows how to play, on the edge. I mean, yeah, basically. If you want to put it that way, feel free to. Ah, some bait, I'll take that. That was the wrong move. Ooh. There we go. Finish him off, beautiful. Started into the turtle dudes. Oh jeez! Holy crap! No! Oh jeez! I don't know if I have any more healing items here. I don't have any traditional healing items. But is there anything edible in here? Possibly. Anything look kind of tasty? Can I eat a carrot? Give it as food to change between male and female. Fucking excuse me? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I was gonna say, I've had carrots before. I don't... Fantasy agent! It's just that easy. Yeah, for certain people, very convenient. I'm just like, what is that so unhinged? What the hell? Rodmo 1/2 in convenient carrot form. Rodmo 1/2 on the go. I'm gonna eat a piece of cheese. I know what cheese does. Cheese makes sense to me. Cheese I can handle. Rodmo 1/4. We can't afford the whole half right now. Times are tough. Times are tough. Now would be a very awkward time to find out. It's true. That's my main thing is why carrots? Why carrots of all things? Like every other food item in the game just says you can eat this. So I'm very confused why carrots are just out there. Yeah, he didn't know about the carrots. He had no idea. Nobody ever suspects the carrots. Alright, let's head over this way then. To change from a eukaryote to a prokaryote. Oh god, taking me back to junior high science class here. Oh, jeez. As he just waltzes around. Thank you for the free hit there. Alright, I think that's the entire dungeon, so presumably we have seen the dungeon item at some point? I just don't remember picking anything up. Let's see if we can leave now. I picked up 2 cheese there, that seemed edible. The carrots wait, why do I care about the gender of fish? I didn't know fish even had discernible gender in this game. What? Is there fish breeding now? What is happening in this game? There is a this game's nuts. Also, I have a fish with a shell? What? I don't feel like I do have the dungeon item. I didn't see anything weird in my inventory just now. I'm pretty sure I had all this last time. I don't see anything new that I picked up. No, I don't think I do have the dungeon item. They didn't know how to stop adding systems? It's very true. They just kept going. Like I said, I applaud their ambition, but it is perhaps a bit much. If there is such a thing as too much, I think this game's heading in that direction. Who feeds carrots to fish is also an excellent question. I hadn't even thought of that. There's too much going on here, but you're right. I've never seen a fish eat a carrot before. Like, even like grated up, that seems like a lot. Object class Euclid. We actually like minigames, so we added minigames to your minigames, so you can play while you play. Oh yeah, I have seen like a fish try to eat like a carrot or something. And that was pretty wild. Do fish find them in the wild? When would a fish find a carrot? I would like to know. If fish are getting up into actual like vegetable farms, I feel like farmers would want to know this. Well, that's all the monsters. I think I picked up something from that guy.
That takes care of you guys.
Turned to a used rule out. It was super effective, unfortunately. Well, it didn't mention anything specifically, but that is all of the monsters, so whatever the dungeon item here is, I must have picked it up. Male salmon undergo radical body changes when entering spawning and most die shortly afterwards due to the resultant flood of corticosteroids. Mating in the animal kingdom is unhinged. They turn into demons. I have seen some scary looking fish. It's true. God damn it. Alright, what is the dungeon item here? Like, I actually don't know. It must have been something I picked up, because I've, beaten every enemy in here. I just don't know what it is. It's not the stick, it's a spider thing. Fish are terrifying. Salmon stop eating when they hit fresh water to spawn. Priorities? Question mark? I guess? That's horrific. Oh, Luna Stone. All right, we picked up Luna Stone a while ago. Yeah, back on the beach, as a matter of fact. All right. So Luna Stone is the dungeon item for this dungeon. Gotcha. Adult mayflies have no mouth parts. Oh yeah, any creature that transforms or metamorphosizes like that usually has something horrific about their second form. I guess in Dark Cloud 1 you use a carrot as a fishing lure? Why would you do... I don't know much about fishing. Maybe that actually works. I have no idea. That seems frightening though. Alright, I want to do a little exploring here. It's like, I see another... Is that another save point up there, I think? Ah, over here. Alright. So we do have another geostone area. Pier, shop boat, and some new conditions. Oh, we're gonna have to get 60 culture points. We're gonna have to build a lot here. Alright, let's explore around the area first. See what we got over here. So it looks like this area is a little bit more vertical than the others were. Like, are we gonna be able to build in this, like, treehouse area? That's pretty cool. I dig that. I went in Alaska on vacation last month, but the best salmon viewing is pretty much through August. I kind of would like to see that. Like, that seems like that'd be an interesting thing to check out. I respect this. Oh yeah, there's building in this game. There's fishing. There's possibly fish breeding. There's a golf mini game. There's crafting. There's an invention mini game that revolves around taking pictures of things. There's so many subsystems. And every time you think you've seen all the subsystems, no you haven't, there's more. King salmon are in June, silvers July. Reds are usually in August. Thank you, Rin. But this is intense. Like I said, if it's possible for there to be too much stuff in a game, this game is finding too much stuff. Let's see. Akaj, welcome in. I am doing good. How's your weekend going so far? Or how was your week going? The fucking main plot, it's all side quests. There are an unbelievable amount of side quests in this game. Oh, speaking of, new invention idea right here. Fish, river, and Lafresha stem. Oh, well, I have the last one. I don't know if I have fish in river. I might have fish. Fish. River. Lucia. Stem. We can invent something using fish. We get an idea. So basically what these are is ideas. You combine 3 ideas together and you make an invention. So you're not actually building it with the fish. You're getting an idea from the idea, the concept of fish. Warded Animal, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. And Tsunami Sumo, hope you're doing well. I don't know if I ever had a picture of a river is the thing. So let me check. I do have river. All right. So river. Let's go to invent then, right? He does kind of hyper-focus sometimes, so I could see that. Let's see. Makeshift of the building aspect was the big of it. Yeah, for the first one, like, that was the big sales point, most definitely. All right, make new invention. And we're going to use river. Let's see. La Fresia stem and fish. And what invention do we come up with using these 3? Ah, fishing rod. That actually makes a lot of sense. I totally understand that. Let's see, lure rod, rod that can take a lure. That is a very literal thing. Max obtained, good rod. I'm not putting a carrot on it. That makes sense, Makeshifted. Thank you for looking. All right, let me cross that off now that we got that. Good deal, good deal. Alright. So hey, new invention. I'm happy about that. That's lovely. I don't see anything else interesting in here though. Got a little flower on the shelf though. It says drawer for some reason. Alright, big fish right there, but we already have fish. Oh, you can get fish right here if you didn't have them. That's handy. Rug! Alright, I don't know if we had rug. We got something new in there. I'll take that. Alright. Who knows, you might need drawer for something. It's true. That wasn't a drawer, though. That's what I was more confused about. Like, that's a shelf, not a drawer. There's a difference. Check real quick, is this something? That's not something. Had to check. That's a flaw in the otherwise documentary-like realism in God 2. Alright, you got me there. This game is a little bit unhinged. Like, all the time. Alright. We'll go ahead and make another save. And then we'll head to the next dungeon level then. Hey, Alien Pharaoh, welcome in. How is everything going with you today? What if JRPG, but more? What if we started adding systems and we just never stopped? Alright, Tons of Fish is the name of this one.
The sea. I remember now. You once read me a story about a turtle who traveled the 7 seas.
Flashback time!
And so Tack the sea turtle made it back home safely. The end.
is the sea like?
The sea? Well, it's so big that it goes on as far as you can see. And then the sky and sea meet and become one. It's very beautiful.
I don't really get it. I want to see it myself.
When you get a bit older, we'll go there together.
Really? That's a promise, right? I'll see it for sure.
His small child voice acting is very close to old man voice acting. Oh, I'm glad you're here, feeling better, Alien Pharaoh. Hopefully it heals up quick. I'll keep my fingers crossed. The luxury bones. I hate it. I hate it that it's so hard to maintain them. Alright. A statue. Wow, these guys are really hard to stun. Luckily, don't have a great turning radius. Alright, I should check. How are we on main weapon strength here? So that's 59. Whereas Monica's is 55. Technically, Monica's a little bit behind now. So yeah, we should go ahead and switch for a little bit. We can do that. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to get my wisdom teeth out at some point, but it's not causing a huge impact, so I'm not in a tremendous hurry. What is that? Is that a fish with a spear? That is a fish with a spear. Whoa! Oh, I forgot to get healing items, too. That's a huge problem. I have no healing items. Oh, that's real bad. I got some cheese. I do have some of that. We'll use the cheese then. There we go. Oh god, it can't actually harm them with my ranged. Oh, this is a problem. There we go. Whew. I had to take a hit to actually take them out. Yeah, my range is so weak I can't damage them at this point. That's bad. It's only 26. What do I need to build that up? Can I get some sort of... Probably not. Alright, so to build up the gold brassard, what do we need? Are we even close? We need 32 attack and 28 flame. 32 attack is a lot to ask. I don't know if I can pull that off. We got a couple attack. Ooh, actually... that is just enough, I think. We want to do it on max, though. Oh, we don't even need any attack to build up the trumpet gun. We just need... oh, no. Oh, you actually might be able to do that right now. Oh, except it doesn't have any synthesis points. That's the problem there. And that is a significant problem. Alright, so yeah. Got 5 synthesis points. We could just put them all into attack and then see if we can actually make this useful. That could be a thing. Proper plating prevents poor performance. This is true. I really gotta work on it. Quick, give the fish the carrot and run away while it's all confused. Hey, it's one thing to kill the fish. It's another to, make the fish question everything in his entire life. That's just mean. I'm not trying to make the enemies get existential. That's a bit much. I'm just here to fight, man. That's all. Keeping it nice and simple. Whew. I don't know how I missed that. Oh, I can. All right. That barely does any damage, though. And now he's berserk, of course. Dang it. Ow. Now I'm poisoned and almost dead. That's great. Attack poison. Eat a cheese. Yeah, my ranged weapons are lagging way behind my melee, but the problem is the only way to level them up is by killing enemies with them. But they're so far behind that I don't really have any good way to do that. So it's kind of a catch-22, which I'm not a fan of. Yes, this is a level 5 game. So if it seems at all familiar to some other things, that makes sense. Come on, there we go. Oop, careful. Oh, man, that guy's hard to stun. Also, she's barely doing any damage to him, so I think we kind of have to use Max to beat those guys. We've never had an enemy before that I've seen that has a preference between Max's weapon and Monica's, so that's new. But yeah, this guy takes way more damage from wrenches than swords. Guess that makes sense since he's a statue. Alright. I've seen the exit already. That makes things easy. Let's switch over to Monica for right now. Ooh, that didn't last long. Oh, let's bring out the ride pod for a little bit. Why not? Get the ride pod some XP. Ride pod's already got a lot, but I think we can buy something new at 1400, so that's a good thing. It's almost like hitting a rock with a blade doesn't help. I am getting that vibe, yes. That is true. But hey, I love a game with internal logic like that. That is cool. Alright. Ride pod time. They messed with me, so I had to bust out the ride pod. Nothing else for it. Apparently they want to make a third in the series, but because Sony owns license, it's really complicated. So here's the thing. According to Wikipedia, there is a game that has some references to the phrase Dark Cloud 3 in it in the code. So there is a game level 5 made that might have been, at one point in its development, Dark Cloud 3. I'm trying to remember what it was. Hang on, I'm gonna look. Right on the tip of my tongue. Level 5. We were talking about it last week, I think, but I always forget the name. Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy, apparently some people took the game apart, looked at the internal code, and there is... The phrase Dark Cloud 3 does appear at least once in the code of the game. It's the internal names and placeholders show up in games all the time, but it wouldn't surprise me. I have to get off the ride pod. Rude. So yeah, that doesn't mean that Rogue Galaxy was meant to be Dark Cloud 3. It could be that that was an asset from, like they were working on a Dark Cloud 3 and then they canceled it. They just moved some assets over. That's possible as well. But either way, I think it's very interesting that the phrase Dark Cloud 3 does show up in the code for Rogue Galaxy. Oh, damn it! I got a little bit cocky there. I think we're gonna die here. There's a very good chance we're gonna die here. Because I don't have any more healing items except the carrot, I think. I guess we gotta use the carrot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to question gender. Oh, I can't even eat it! The carrot's not even edible. Rude. Can't eat a fish either. The carrot is not even edible. All that build up for them won't even let me eat it. I can just refuel the ride pod there, so there's that. There we go. There we go. Still need to get a ranged weapon on the ride pod. Maybe we'll look into that after this dungeon. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. I think the last thing you'd want to do is eat a fish in front of these bigger fish and spears. That does seem like a good intimidation tactic. Like, do you know what I'm going to do to you? Do you know what I did to this guy? Alright, Alien Pharaoh, you enjoy your lurk, and thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Rogue Galaxy I've heard is a pretty cool game, so I'd like to check that one out as well. Level 5 makes some good stuff. They do. Absolutely. I do own a few level 5 games. I would not mind owning a few more. So it's something to look into. Ow. There we go. That is a little bit tricky there. Alright, I'm pretty sure we didn't get the Luna Stone yet. So we've got to head up to the beach level, I think. Let's see. Ballbear, I love level 5, and I'm extremely happy they are working on Professor Layton again despite shutting down their Western City or whatever happened. It is good to hear. It is good to hear. There was a long time where it wasn't certain what was going to happen with level 5, but they're working on stuff again. That is good to know. That is. And I hope whatever comes from them next is going to be good stuff. I have definitely wanted to play some Layton games on stream, but I think at a bare minimum that is going to have to wait until after we finish the Phoenix Wright series, because I am working on too many game series at the moment. And I really need to finish some more of them before we jump into new ones. Oh, there's a bunch of monsters here. Oh, of course, more bats. The one enemy I'm not very good at dealing with here. There we go. If I kind of run circles around him, that sort of works. I'll take that. Beautiful. New Fantasy Life that isn't a mobile gacha, that is good as well. Although, you know, these days, you got Stardew Valley. Like, do you really need anything else? Stardew Valley has kind of filled that niche very well for me. Let's head over this way. I see another fish dude. There we go. Excellent. Oh, it's all the monsters. Excellent. I can go ahead and switch back to max, which means we're going to have to hear the annoying health beep, but I believe walking around with a ride pod does take a little bit of fuel. So just having him be the only guy out is not very efficient. There's a map now that I don't need it anymore. Stardew Valley and all the Stardew Valleys that replicate the style but don't really do anything new or interesting. That's true, there are a lot of copycats out there. But can you blame them when Stardew Valley made like $1 bajillion? Plus, I think people were just really hungry for more of that type of gameplay. And Harvest Moon had been gone for a very long time, or at least in any form that anyone wanted it. So there was a market for it. Stardew Valley definitely got all that cash, which, you know, good for them. And now they're working on, what is it, Haunted Chocolatier? Which I am very eager to see how they do with it. Ooh, congratulations, Gamagumo. I was just playing some more Star Rail the other day. I don't think I'm going to pull on the current banner. I think I am going to wait until the Kafka banner, so I just have enough pulls saved up that I can just get Kafka, because I want Kafka. I think that's fair. Don't get me wrong, I'd absolutely love another good life sim that could get me just attached, but we already got Chocolatier. I think it's going to be different. I don't think Haunted Chocolatier is going to be just like Stardew. I think they are changing things up. So I'm going to be very interested to see what Haunted Chocolatier looks like. It definitely feels like they want to innovate and they don't just want to make Stardew 2, which I'm down with. Got Yukong and a 5-star light cone, very nice. I know Yukong's coming for free at the end of 1.2. So I'm just sort of waiting for that. Let's see, I needed the new healer in Star Rail kind of badly, so I pulled him after Wolf. Oh yeah, if you don't have a good healer, then that guy seems spectacular. Skipping Kafka and Blade, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, as long as you got a good team, you don't really need to be pulling until somebody shows up that you're like, ooh, no, I need that one. Yeah, holy crap, Kafka is so terrifying in all the cinematics she shows up in. I love it. Like, that, I don't even remember what Kafka's kit is. I just want her because she's scary. Oh god, Gamagumo, that's actually kind of cool. That's a lot of Dan Hung, at least. So that is nice. Himiko, I would enjoy having Himiko. I do not have her yet. Alright. So we got 6 new goals. Alright. We're doing good on the first goal, but we still don't totally know that one. Alright, working on it there. Let's see, I just love that Barone made enough money to retire and do whatever they want for the rest of their life after Stardew, and the response is make another fun game. If it's your passion, it's your passion. You know? Which I totally respect. Let's see, Gamagumo, what actually happens after you get an idol on after you've already got 6? Do they give you some sort of reward or something to make up for it? I hope. Yeah, I've seen like data mined stuff for what's coming after that. It looks like we're getting some cool characters. I am definitely excited. Ren, if I had retirement money, my passion would be sitting on the beach. I would definitely not sit idle. Or I definitely will not sit idle after I retire. I got stuff I want to do creatively. I have some fairly far along design documents for tabletop RPGs. I just don't have time or energy to work on them. But I very much would like to. They don't give you anything? Alright, that's inappropriate. They should give you something. Something! Rin, I want to find out what it's like to be bored. I was bored all the time as a kid. It's not great. Hey, Trey Dog, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Not Recore. Screw Recore. Never Recore. Alright, so we need to make some sort of weapon system for the ride pod. Oh, actually, hang on. Before we do anything, let's head outside and talk to the engineer dude. I'm pretty sure hustle culture started with my parents. I'm sorry to hear that. But I mean, you could start now is the thing. You could. If you wanted to be bored now, I bet you could find time for it. All right, pair ride pod parts. And Turatark, thank you for investing in a Harvester sequel. There's a thing I could do if I was retired. Just spend all my time working on Harvester. I'd never finish because it's too much. It's a game that is too humongous, too all-encompassing to ever completely finish, but I could start on it. And then when I die and they're cleaning out my belongings, they'll find a 400,000 page design document labeled in its entirety Act 1 through Act 2. Will anyone adapt it? No, they will use it for kindling to keep warm on cold nights, and that's okay. We respect this. Speaking of Harvester, I found out a YouTube channel where someone got the design documents. Yes! The design Bible, as it was, is on archive.org if you want to read it. And I have read it, because of course I did. It's mostly a script book, but there are some interesting details in there, I think. It was a nice read. I very much enjoyed going through it. Alright, upgrade the ride pod. What do we got here? So I can get new core, so let's do that. There we go. And then... let's see, I'll get new shield kit as well. You can always use more of those. Perfect. And that's all we can afford right now, although we could just get the barrel cannon, so we got something on there. No, as a matter of fact, it's so cheap, let's just get the barrel cannon, so we have some sort of ranged attack on there. Beautiful. And then do I need to use any of that to make it effective? Let's see. So I need to use the shield kit. No. In exchange. Oh, no, you can. Oh, all right. So the ride pod can only either have a melee attack or a ranged attack, not both at the same time. That's a little unfortunate, but still, I'm glad we have it in the inventory list. All right. So we've got a total defense of 26 now, which is better than any of our regular characters. That's a good thing. We do need to get a better energy thing very soon. I think we can make a decent one. No, it's been a long time, so we've only got this one back here. I might want to wait on that. Harvester 2 now with Skylanders characters! Oh my god, that's beautiful. If that's what they have to show after 2 years, then yeesh. Ball Blair, there's actually a really interesting fact about that. I'm gonna see if I can grab it right now, because I love showing people this. Hang on a second. As I don't actually know what's going on in this. But there is a interesting early Harvester trailer that I like to show off because it looks like early in development, something was going on with Harvester. Because I think most people in here by now know that Harvester is an FMV game, right? It's actual actors that they filmed in front of a green screen. So here's the thing. This is the weird thing. Let me make sure this is the right link. Hang on. I'm gonna show you this because this is I literally don't know what's going on here. Yeah, here it is. This is an early teaser trailer they put out for Harvester. And the first thing you'll notice immediately is it doesn't seem to be an FMV. Which is tremendously confusing. But I'll let you have a watch on that. You don't need to watch the whole thing, just watch a little bit and be like, wait, what is this? What is going on in this? Because that's a valid question. Alright, so we need to get some healing items. Is there anybody on here that sells healing items, first and foremost? Unfortunately, I think it was the baker lady that sold healing items, and we've already given her a home, so we might have to go back to where she's living now and buy healing items from her direct. Yeah, I think so. Alright, we can do that though. Nothing up here. Alright, so... Oh, we gotta get out of the train. Geek Boy, welcome in, Geek Boy. How are you doing today? I can't get out that side of the train. And thank you for redeeming Posture Check. Let me do that. Yes, I don't know the story behind that trailer. I don't know why it looks different. I have no idea. All I know is that that is an official trailer, and that is, at some point, what Harvester looked like. I would love to hear why it changed, but yeah, at some point Harvester wasn't an FMV or something? I am doing good, Geek Boy. How about yourself? How are you doing today? Alright, so we're moving to... I think we moved her to Sindane. Also 144p! Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. I meant to check and see if there's any chests here too, because we did not explore this place very extensively. I don't think there was anything here worth noting. Oh yeah, game development is always fascinating, and it's often a very messy process, and it's often very collaborative. I think we were talking about Bug Snacks last week as well, and Bug Snacks went through a horrendously long development cycle, and went through a lot of different ideas. Like at one point, it was more of an on-rails style Pokemon Snap type game. And it wasn't really working out, so they changed that. Like that's kind of the story over and over again is, well, that wasn't working, so they did something different. You love Bug Snacks so you can feel the development hell? Oh man, yeah. Another thing that they did with the Bug Snacks is at one point they wanted to have it so if you feed someone Bug Snacks, it changes their personality. And they realized that kind of made the game just about impossible to write for. So they changed that as well. I mean, I will say what they said. Like, what they said for development is they made a decent amount of money off their previous game, Octodad. And so they're like, what we want to do is we don't want to burn out, so we're going to take all the time in the world on this game. We're not going to rush ever. And so that's kind of what they did, is they just kind of worked on it until it felt like it was good, which I respect the heck out of. There is that, yeah, so there's like an echo of it, but I can see how that would make writing not very good. Bug Snap, I like it. Mega Monkey. Let's buy a shitload of bread. Yeah. Alright. Let's see, I really adore Bug Snacks inside its jank. Oh, I think it's a great game. I think it is an absolutely lovely game. I really do. What do we still need to do here, by the way? We're at only 70%. We need to move Mullane in. Oh, that's why we didn't finish her, because we don't know what the... we've still got a couple goals we don't know about. That makes sense. Alright, so in that case, let's go ahead and move. Benicio. And we'll head straight to the Ocean's Roar Cave, I think. Yeah, I think Bug Snacks is a fantastic game, and I'm really looking forward to whatever that studio makes next. Tank and Boss, and this is a sealed floor, which is not great. Clear all without healing, that's probably not going to happen. Alright, this floor appears to have a blue seal on it. Monica has been chosen. You can't switch to her. This is going to be a max only floor, which I don't really mind as much because he's got the ride pod, so if things get ugly, usually he can handle it. Especially since he just leveled up his weapon, so he's technically a tiny bit stronger than Monica. That shouldn't be a huge deal. But unfortunately, I still don't see any way he's going to level up his ranged weapon. We're just going to have to deal, I think. I've heard people that hated bug snacks. Well, yeah, I don't hold it against them. Like, different people have different tastes. You know, that's just a thing. Not everybody's going to like every game. If somebody hates bug snacks, that's fine. That's fine. I enjoyed it. Like, I honestly see why someone would hate it. It's got some things that don't work great. It's got some things that could be a little bit better. But for me, I enjoyed it very much. This guy's really strong. There we go. I have lots of games that I can't blame other people hating it all. Exactly. Let people enjoy what games they like to. Hey, Luna, you're not just any stone, you're the key stone. The item that lets us get to the next dungeon level. And welcome in, Luna. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Is that the Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch? Does Captain Crunch have a full legal name? Am I learning the Crunch Deep lore here today live? I did not expect that, but it's a wonderful thing if so. Well, today is a day for lore then. Dark Souls 2, definitely a janky game, though I think I think it's been reevaluated. I think people who didn't like it very much at launch, a lot of people have re-examined. And in general, I think people like it more now than they did at launch time. That's kind of my feeling from talking to people that play them. Alright. I'm gonna have to repair my weapon very soon, too. So far, we're doing pretty well in this level. Yeah, how long that lasts. How are we doing on leveling up this weapon, by the way? Build up. Right. What do we need? How much more beasts do we need to upgrade that wrench? We need 68. God, that's so much. Oh, I ran out of beast in scale. That's the reason I stopped upgrading them. I don't know if we got any more since then. I haven't really been paying too much attention to what I picked up. I don't see any beast or scale in there, though. Oh no, we got one sea dragon crystal. I can do that. Let's do that then. Synthesize. Alright, so that's a little something. I'll take it. Let's see. The one FromSoft game I've actually been able to get into is Metal Wolf Chaos. Metal Wolf Chaos is a very funny game, but also still a challenging one. I played a little bit of it, but it seemed like the difficulty was ramping up pretty quickly. Elden Ring oozes with features that Dark Souls 2 attempted but never really nailed. Yeah, it's just like we were talking about earlier. Sometimes you gotta take those swings, even if you don't succeed, to really innovate. And Dark Souls 2 took a lot of swings, and not all of them worked out. This is 100% true. Give up, that game gets me. That game is just a weird, wonderful game. And also it makes total sense that, who is it, I remember the studio that remastered it, and I'm just like, oh, it makes sense that they're them. So I'm drawing a blank on the name at the moment. You know? Development hell also happened right there, definitely. Devolver, yeah, I'm like, as soon as I heard Devolver was doing it, I'm like, that's perfect. Devolver is absolutely the people that should be doing that. Alright, so we've got the key. We could leave this floor, but we didn't get the geostone yet. And if I leave without the geostone, I'm going to have to come back. Let's go see if we can find that geostone. Happy more people get to experience it? Me too. Like, anytime any game becomes more available to more people, I'm a happy camper. So yeah, seeing a game like that, which was, for a while, pretty hard to get a hold of. And now, basically anybody can play. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, so here's the geostone. So we could leave right now. But also, we've got a goal to not heal on this floor. And so far, we haven't healed yet. So I kind of want to keep going and see if we can actually get that badge. We don't really care about medals, but I'm like, if I could get it. If I could get it, that'd be pretty cool. Although I don't think I need to kill all the enemies to get that badge. I think I just need to leave. But also we do need more elemental crystals. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab whatever we can get to. Hey, Carl Gamer, welcome in. How are you doing today? How is the week treating you so far? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Shira! Good to see you, Shira. How's everything going with you? Come on, let's finish this guy off. There we go. Beautiful. Surviving, sometimes that's the best you can do. No shame there. Let's crack open this chest. Oh, we're trying to kill them all, Shira. Why? Because this is a JRPG and they're beautiful, beautiful little blobs of XP. And we do love us some XP here. Oh, you're talking about how you loved Rogue Galaxy. I'm a little bit slow on the uptake then. As you probably know. Good to have you here, though, as always. Oh, we got another beast crystal from that guy. That's good. Exactly the thing I was talking about us needing. Oh, it jumped backwards. Disrespectful. There we go. Come on. So I can't take him out without berserking him, but I can take him out before he actually does anything interesting with the berserk. That's something. And I can throw rocks at rats. That's nice. Is this the game where the lady reads her fortune by jumping on your head? I haven't seen a fortune teller in this game, so I don't think so. Or maybe I haven't gotten to that part. But no, I haven't seen a fortune teller in this game at all. Trying to make sure. I'm like, no, I don't think I have. If you're thinking of Dark Cloud 1, I haven't played very far in that one, so I wouldn't be able to tell you very much about that one. That's possible then. Alright. What is that? Oh, that's a ride pod. Alright. Maybe? I don't know if that is a ride pod, but it's a little scary is what it is. And now it's dead. Might be Dark Cloud 1. Gotcha. I did not like Dark Cloud 1. Number one, because it felt like the weapon degradation system was really, really harsh. And number two, because it had a thirst system that just made going in the dungeons feel not fun at all to me. So it's weird that I'm playing the second one, but I feel like the second one really nails a lot of the vibe that I think the first one didn't. So even as somebody that didn't like the first Dark Cloud, I think the second Dark Cloud really does a good job. All right. Not this way. Next one. Yeah, weapon degradation is mostly an unfun endeavor. There's ways to make it work. Like in this game still has weapon degradation, but it's better in two ways. Number one, your weapons degrade a lot slower than they did in Dark Cloud 1, especially once you level them up. Once you level up, you can go a dungeon or two without repairing them, which is very nice. And number two, in Dark Cloud 1, when your weapon broke, it vanished from your inventory. It was gone forever. So if it was a weapon you liked and you just forgot to repair it, oops, sorry, you don't have that weapon anymore. Whereas in this game, when your weapon breaks, you can't use it anymore, but it's still in your inventory, so you can still just fix it at your leisure. Yeah, you could just lose your favorite weapon in Dark Cloud 1 if you forgot to maintain it in time. No take-backs whatsoever. So yeah, you can see how I played a couple hours of Dark Cloud 1 and I'm like, this is not the game for me. These are the things I hate about JRPGs. So I was really surprised that this one's a lot more generous with the systems. And I got a medal for beating that without healing. Beautiful. Whew. And that's without being able to switch off max either. That's nice. Alright. Hey, Relentlessly, welcome in. Guess whose laptop has an issue again, even though I just got it back from the shop? Oh no. What kind of issue do you got? What's going on with it? Alright, let's go drop off the Geostone, see what we got. And then we'll head right back in, I think. Also, I'm sorry it's having issues at all. That really sucks. But I'm glad to have you with us, Relentlessly. Always a pleasure. Alright. Iron House. And another 2 goals. Alright. So nothing complete yet, but we're making progress. Harvester references? Every game needs Harvester references. But how are you doing today, Defiant Salem? Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you with us. Let us dive immediately into the next floor. Screen backlight is not working. Last time it was the hinges. Oh yeah, that's frustrating. I'm so sorry. And as a computer repair guy, that's just a pain in the ass to work on too. So you'd think if they were gonna like not want to work on it ever again, they'd make real sure everything was fixed. Oh, that's maddening. Alright, next floor is Water Monster. Not sealed though, that's a good thing, but there is a Geostone. Alright. Anyway, can I get a quick summary of what we've achieved in the game today? Alright, so we took the train again, and we are at a beachside town called Venecio. And we found a rabbit boy who was taking care of a wounded Loch Ness monster / Lapras thing. And he told us to watch it for a few seconds while he did something. Naturally, we instantly failed at that, and it ran into this cave. So now we're going into the cave to find his injured Lapras friend. Because we had one job, and we're not doing great at it. So that's basically where we're at today. Nothing of huge storyline significance, but little bits happened. You try and keep a sea monster going at full steam. He shouldn't have touched him. You see a wounded sea monster and he gets all handsy. Inappropriate, man. Inappropriate. Sounds like someone might have either bungled plugging the ribbon back in or damaged it. That was what I was thinking. Damaged ribbon cable, very common when you're messing around with the hinges. Not great, but, you know, common. Just another day in the office. In the world of JRPGs, yeah, none of this is even surprising. It's true. Oh, God! Normally he needs a little bit of wind-up time before he gets into that spin. That was a little weird how he just pulled it off instantly. And Monica's taking a bit of a beating here. Ah, come on! Alright. So yeah, he can go from 0 to 60. That really sucks, because that means he doesn't telegraph. Also, he's berserked here. Damn it! Alright, he's dead at least. I feel like she wasn't doing much damage to that guy either, so I think this is probably going to be another max floor. We can do that then. Jeez! There we go. There we go. Let's see. Luckily this time around the guy I had to talk to was alright. The last time was the most annoying tech bro type of dude. I'm so sorry. That really unfortunate. If I was still working in PC repair, I would steer you to my shop and help you out. But that was a long time ago. Aqua Element. Right, that's a new monster. And yet he appears to have the same animation set as the dragons. Interesting. Ooh, food poisoning. Sorry to hear about that. That is a brutal state of affairs. Appreciate the sentiment. Oh, God! Happy clown present time! That is always horrifying.
Here you are.
I'll take it. I would have preferred the sword, but oh, Jesus! This is probably a Monica monster. Can she absorb that? She can't absorb that. Beautiful. Yep. Excellent, there we go. All right. I could definitely tell some stories from my time at the tech bench, though. I met some very interesting characters while I was working there. Oh, jeez! I mean, one of the problems with that is when you're working in PC repair, you don't tend to meet happy people. Because when people's computers are messed up, they're not really happy campers. But I understand it at least. It is completely understandable to be frustrated in that situation. Luckily, I have a backup laptop that I can use in the meantime, so it's not so bad. It's still very frustrating. Oh, yeah. Like, when it's especially a PC thing that you use just, like, daily, not being able to use it for a period of time, especially when somebody told you it's all fixed up, is just maddening. I'm really sorry. There's a bat. Am I gonna take this guy out with a ride pod? Yes, I am. Because Steve can move while he's attacking us. That makes that a little bit easier, at least. Alright. Also, yeah, down here. This is a max guy, I believe. Lock on. Beautiful. Like, even as a person that has, like, a bunch of technology-related skills, like, I don't like fixing my own machines. Because I like it when my own machines just work and I don't have to think about it. That's what I want. I don't want to be repairing my own machines, ever. Not my thing. Hit him with a rock. Excellent. See, I'm at a point where I only need to repair my weapon like once per dungeon. That's not bad at all. I can deal with it. Appreciated, Geek Boy. Just like, I have a pretty extensive amount of PC repair knowledge. And yet the second my computer breaks, I just check out. I'm like, oh my god, I just want it to work. Fuck. Actual dialogue coming out of my mouth as that happens there. If you reside or resided in the US between 2007 and 2022, ooh, get me some Facebook money? Don't mind if I do. Thank you for the link, Rin. Very much appreciated. Almost 6 hours depending on where you are in the city. That is a long way. Probably too much, unfortunately. Still, I appreciate the offer. Wow. Even these guys Max is better at dealing with for some reason. Damn it! I didn't mean to walk down the stairs. I was just trying to heal up. Let's pull out the ride pod. There we go. It feels really cheap to use ride pod against them, but it just works. It just works. Claim deadline is 25th of August. Alright, so we got time in this. That's good. And we just got some more hunter crystals, which is what we need to level up, I think, Max's? Find out in a second. Should be almost done with all the monsters on this floor, too. I think we got the geostone. Actually, I don't remember if we got the geostone in this. Nope, geostone's over there. Good, good. And a bunch more bats. Let's get a circle strafe while slashing, which somehow works. I'll take it. Alright. I have actually in the last couple of years gotten some decent settlement money. I think it was from either Google or Facebook for a privacy settlement in my state. They were doing facial recognition when there was a law saying don't do facial recognition. So they got sued real good. It was lovely. There we go. That is a bit of a hike there, Turtar. Maybe a bit too much, possibly. Switch to Monica, get her some XP. And her weapon's almost busted too. Let's repair that. Beautiful. Also, I see her Blizzard's right on the edge of leveling up, so I can see if I can steal it a little bit of XP. Of course, he guards it. God, he takes like no damage. There we go. Let's get A level on this damn thing. There we go. That got A level on the Blizzard. Good. Turtark, enjoy your lurk. Old Blizzard 2. Don't imagine we can build it up. Nope. We do have 8 synthesis points, though. That's a good start. How much flame do we need to get the gold Blizzard leveled up? I wonder. 28. That's a lot. Well, we're getting there at least. We're getting somewhere. Alright, let's finish this floor. And we'll see where we want to go from there. Alright. Can I throw a rock at a turtle? Maybe. Yes! Gotta switch to max though. The swords do like no damage against those guys. Which is very rude. Alright, we got the geostone, we got the key. So we are basically good to leave whenever. I didn't get a notification for killing all the enemies, so I must have missed somebody somewhere. Which is weird. Oh, I do see a little thing on the map of the underground that looks like we didn't explore. Probably see if we can check up there, see who's hanging around. Squeeze the last bit of XP out of this floor. May as well. It'll be a bit of a hike up to the northern edge of the dungeon, but if it's probably just like one guy. It shouldn't be too much trouble to actually beat anybody. Oh no, Punisher! An attempt was made. Fortune favors the bold, as they say. And that over there should be the last guy, I believe. What type of enemy is it? A statue. Oh, wow! Did you see him turn around there? The guy did a 180 with his attack. Thought I was going to be safe there. I was not. Also, I know we were all excited about my weapon that steals stuff, but I think it's only stolen like once?
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
I wonder if it's just there's not a lot of items to steal. That seems possible. Alright, where the heck is the exit? South. Oh, we can do that. Wrench, you're slacking! You said you steal stuff. Where's the stealing? I'm waiting on the edge of my seat here for the stealing. I'm not seeing it. Not even a little bit of stealing. Killing me here. Alright. As usual, we'll go drop off the geostone, see if we learn anything usable, and then continue on. I was told there would be crime? I'm looking around and I'm not seeing any crime. Not nearly enough, anyway. Alright. Still got a lot to go in here. Feels like we've beaten more than 4 levels, though. We're making progress, though. I was led to believe this is where to go for the crime? Yes? Question mark? Passive-aggressive eyebrow raise? Alright, another 2 conditions. I thought we almost have a full condition there. Blue Iron House and Red Iron House. So we can probably do those if we have the ability to build them yet. Let's see, Blue Iron House, Red Iron House, so we can make those yet? Yeah, Iron House. So I just need to make 2 of them and then color them, I imagine. Shop boat. A floating market with everything imaginable. Excuse me. So we need What, 31 metal? If we're gonna make those, though? Well, let's get started. Make real sure that's the thing we want. Yeah, blue iron house, red iron house, alright. So, let's go buy 31 scrap metal. And then we'll place some houses. I'm curious how much area we actually have to build houses here. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of real estate in this one, which is strange. Alright. So we're gonna go to the last car here. And here should be the guy that sells the parts for the Giorama stuff. And we're doing pretty good with cash for right now, which is good because it's probably going to be a little expensive. Scrap of metal. Oh, it's actually pretty cheap, which is nice. Yeah, surprisingly, that doesn't cost nearly as much as I thought it would. All right. And now we'll just go ahead and move to save the time of walking. Oh, except it drops us at the top of the platform, so that doesn't actually save much time. Oops. Thought I was being clever there for a second. Not in the slightest. Oh, we build out the water? What? Are we building in the water somehow? Well, that's super weird. Okay, well, we need to make 2 iron houses. Do I need to do anything to color them at the start, or do I color them after I place them, I think after I place them. New Atlantis, go! Alright, place. Is that the door right there? I assume that's the door. I'm not seeing anywhere I can place things. Okay, so I'm guessing we can't place anything yet. I'm guessing there's going to be storyline things that have to happen before we can place anything. Fair enough. We got them ready when the time comes, at least. Hey, guy from Red Bank, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope your week is going well. The way I laughed when I was watching the last VOD and you struggled with placing down that last iron fence. What the heck was going on there? They're like, hey, we made a nice convenient system so the fence pieces snap together. Oh, thank you. That's really helpful, except when it's not. It's such a tiny thing, and it was just nails on a chalkboard for me. I'm glad you enjoyed the struggle, though. What a weird, weird moment. Alright, next floor, Scary Anti-Medusa. Let's get in there. Surely you want to stack them. Do you want this fence piece to go inside the previous one? No. No, I absolutely don't. Out of all the things I want, that's probably last on the list. Maybe right in front of, like, food poisoning. I maybe want that more than food poisoning. Maybe. Beautiful, beautiful. Excellent. Alright, Let me take a quick look into building up weapons again. See where we're at on that. So that just needs more scales, right? To build up the chopper, how many scales do we need? Scale 41! That's a, God, that's a lot. So we need another 8. Do we have any? Is the next question. We got 4. Do that. Oh, it's 6 actually. Alright, so we only need 1 more. And then we can build that up, which is awesome. Synthesize. Yeah, 1 more of those and we can upgrade that, which is fantastic. And then for Max, where are we at on that? We need more beast, I remember that. How much beast did we need to build up the stinger wrench? We need 68. Probably don't have that much, but we'll see. That's 17? Oh, wow. Surprisingly. Well, I think we do. Blue Stinger! Please don't make me play Blue Stinger. I hate that game so much. Alright, that's enough beast. And we just need more attack, which will come from leveling it up, and more scale. Cool, cool. So that thing is attack 56 still. But we gotta get it a little bit more leveled. We'll keep using Monica where we can here in this dungeon. Alright, got the map, nice. Anti-Medusa, so that is actually an enemy here. Alright. So we can stun lock her to death, which is always nice. Behind him. Whew, excellent. Alright, so Monica's still handling enemies on this floor. That's the important thing. If she was completely behind the power curve, we'd have a problem, but no, she's handling things. Let's get it taken care of. You don't love dogs from Blue Stinger? His jean shorts and his musical laugh? Every single aspect of Blue Stinger is the worst part of Blue Stinger. What's my least favorite part of Blue Stinger? Thank you for asking. All of it? Every all of it. I hate Blue Stinger so much. Blue Stinger versus Illbleed? Oh god. At least Illbleed has an interesting concept. Whereas Blue Stinger is like, what if Resident Evil wasn't ever fun? So out of those two, I'd probably choose Illbleed, but neither of them are great. Illbleed is a better game than Blue Stinger, flat out. It really is. It really is. It's definitely more playable than Blue Stinger. Like, the final boss of Blue Stinger is just not fair. Just flat out not fair in the slightest. They made a lot of design choices in that game, and all of them were incorrect. Celestial Knight, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are having a good week so far. There we go. I bet there's some sort of petrification status in this game. We haven't seen it yet though, and I would really like to not. Ooh, more power crystals, I like those. And there's the exit too. Hey, Celestial Knight, good to see you. Alright, let's stay on these Medusas. So as you can see, if you can reliably stun lock an enemy in this game, usually you can pretty much just take them out, which is very nice. Now, let's check out that other section over here. I don't know what's going on there, but I would like to. Looks like there might be some sort of locked door over there, which we haven't seen in this area yet. I gotta see what's happening with that. Ooh, got some more bread. Nice. Anytime we can find some more healing items in the dungeons, so we don't have to go leave and buy more, is a good day. Unfortunately, Shane is generous, allowing all the other streamers to play Illbleed and Blue Stinger without competition for himself. Like I said, one of the streamers I follow is a Illbleed speedrunner, so she plays a lot of that game. And I do know one other streamer that played Blue Stinger completely unprompted and was able to beat it, which, honestly, so much more patient than I could ever be. Bread that has been soaking in seawater, probably. What is with adventurers and just eating things they shouldn't be? It's a very strange thing. What the heck is going on here? An obstacle is blocking your path. Well, that's super weird. Like, we do have a pearl, but I don't feel like maybe that's... Like, we had that for a while. I don't feel like that's specific to this dungeon. Weird. I'm gonna try using the pearl here just in case that is the thing. I don't think we picked up anything interesting in this dungeon, though. Not that I can remember. No, it doesn't look like it. Nope, that's not it. The sewer bread! Oh yeah, we were eating bread from the sewer before, too. That seems also unhealthy. Also, coincidentally, last week we were just talking about Baton Kaitos, which is a game where all of your healing items are food, and all of your food will rot in your inventory if it sits there for too long. Which is still one of the meanest mechanics I've ever seen in JRPG. Hey Jimmy, good morning. How are you doing today, Jimmy? Hope you are having a great week so far, and I hope your upcoming weekend is looking awesome. See a Medusa over there, and I'm gonna throw a rock at her. Oh, I missed! That's unfortunate. It's a little difficult to gauge the range when you throw stuff, so I end up coming up short a lot. It's been a week, but I'm doing okay today. Hopefully the week's almost over, at least. Hopefully you got some time to rest coming up soon. It does encourage you to use consumables, true, but I mean, the problem is, like, sometimes you just don't need them. Which is really unfortunate. And if you don't need them and you have them, well, just, they're gone. It's very difficult to stockpile in that game, is what I'm saying. Because, like, if you run into a dungeon with a bunch of healing items, it's very possible by the time you get to the boss, they've all rotted away. Which is just not terribly useful. I'm a certified consumable hoarder. Oh, I'm the same way. I really am. But, like, even trying to be, like, liberal with the healing items... They just rot. I'll go ahead and say I think it's probably too fast. Like, they go away real fast. Which isn't tremendously useful. 2 for 1. Wasn't intending to get the aqua element there, but I'll take it. Perfect. Let's see, Finkelroy got the going live notification. I was promised escort mission, so here I am. We had a boss. Oh god. We had a boss last stream that was basically an escort quest as a boss fight. We had a little girl sitting in a big circle, just not doing anything. And we had enemies coming at her from all sides. It was almost like a tower defense, you could also say. Kind of a tower defense type thing, but either way, it was kind of pretty frustrating for boss fight. I wasn't a huge fan of it. And my weapon is almost busted here. How are you doing, Finkelroy? Hope you're having a good week so far. Let's see, I'm fairly certain that the food rot timer doesn't progress while the game is off at least. Right, it's based on in-game play time, but still, like, as long as you're playing, time is going back. Relentlessly, for some reason, that huge seashell triggered a very specific flashback to a My Little Pony movie I saw when I was a kid, where the ponies were trapped inside a huge seashell. I remember that era of the My Little Pony cartoon. I don't remember that movie, though. Which some people are saying, why would you, Shane? Well, I don't think I've ever mentioned this before, but my mom was a babysitter back in the day. So even once I aged out of a lot of these movies, I still saw like every kid's movie ever for a very long time. Also, that is a spider lady over there. That is a frightening spider lady. That is freakish. At least she's dead. Alright, looks like all the enemies up here, but once again, we didn't get the notification that all the enemies are dead, so we must have missed something. Just woke up, condolences, thank you, and good morning to you. Yeah, that is entirely way too many legs, holy crap. Spider Granny, please no. Hey, Lazarus, welcome in, how are you doing today? Hope all is good with you. I think there is a little bit of the beach here we didn't explore, so maybe they're still hanging around here somewhere. That's possible. More bread there, beautiful. I think at this point, right, we may actually have gained more healing items than we're using. I like that. Pretty anxious, I'm sorry to hear that. Anything going on, or just a high anxiety day? If you don't mind me asking. Me at the grocery store. This box of crackers is 2 days out of date. I will not buy this. Me at home. This chocolate is 1.5 years out of date. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, it's different when you already have it. When you're at the store, you're just like, oh, no. I have the choice to buy this now, and I'm not going to do that. But when it's already in your house, like, it's fine. If I have a choice between throw away chocolate, eat chocolate that maybe isn't great, yeah, you know, sacrifice have to be made. Ah, shoot, Lazarus. Yeah, that is pretty stressful. I'm really sorry to hear that. Completely understandable, but I hope that is a situation that you're able to resolve. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for you. Alright, so we got an item earlier called Luna Stone Fragment. So I bet that's what we need to put in here. Since Luna Stone is the key out of here. Go in from this menu. I bet that's what we get through this door with. Let's try it out. Perfect. And this should be the last area we haven't explored. Mighty Healing. That is a universal negative status repair item. So I'll definitely take that. And there's Scary Spider Granny. Let's take her out. There we go. And there's all the enemies.
Looks like we got them all.
Oh god, work visas just seem like a humongous pain. I'm so sorry you gotta deal with that on top of everything else. Always actively avoiding kid stuff and nobody ever forced me to watch it, so I still haven't seen The Lion King. I mean, if it's not your cup of tea, no shame there. I'd never encourage anybody to watch something they're not a fan of. But yeah, there was an entire era where I just saw like every kid's movie ever. And what was my favorite, you ask? The one I probably requested to watch the most as a kid was Secret of Nim. Because that movie is wild. But I was also rather fond of the movie Rainbow Bright and the Star Stealer because I was a small child in very pretty colors. Also, and this is probably one of the weirdest things I've ever said on stream. I know it's a hard competition. I had a morbid fascination with Cartoon All-Stars to the Rescue, which was a anti-smoking cartoon that had like every cartoon character ever, which is kind of bizarre all by itself. Holy shit, that thing was a trip. Oh my god, the DuckTales movie was so good. Excellent choice. Treasure of the Lost Lamp, yes! I saw that a bunch as a kid too. Excellent choice there, Lazarus. Alright. Now off for another Geostone delivery. Like, for a while there, like, all of those, like, movies based on existing cartoon properties were just really, really good. And I don't even know why. Iron stand. And one new condition. But once again, it has to do with placing houses, and we don't seem to be able to place anything yet. 8 blocks of pier. Oh, that might be. We have to. I might actually have to build a pier first. What do pier parts look like then? Can we build those yet? Place it on the sea to build houses there. All right, so that's what we have to do. That's why we can't build in the sea. We have to actually build the platform first. That makes sense. I mean, 8 pier parts, it says. I wonder if there's like a something we have to build to be able to get onto the pier first. We need 8 of these, it says. We can build 3. Let's try that first. And then place some pier. All right. Place them right here, yes. Oh, that's irritating. That's fine, Leo. All right, so now does that mean that I can place some of those houses down? Yes, I can. Excellent. I want them to face the beach. Go ahead and place this right here. Place the other one right here. And then what colors do I need those to be? Let's see, we need one to be red and we need one to be blue. We can do that. Pink. We'll make the first one red. And then we'll make the next one blue. Beautiful, beautiful. And let's see, Claire goes in the red house. And we don't even have Donnie recruited. But we need Claire in the red house. Let's see if we can get her moved in there. Move people in. Claire. I don't like the dark. Give me some light. Alright, so we need to put some sort of light source nearby. Let's see. What looks like a light source? Probably not iron lamp in this case. Hot torch, maybe? No, I don't have one clay. Alright. We'll come back later then. That's good progress at least. We got a good start there. I'm happy about that. fighting monsters isn't enough. You have to build whole ass towns for people. Literally, we're rebuilding civilization. Literally, actually rebuilding civilization from the ground up, which is kind of wild. One boss to get to whole ass town. I'm done with half-ass town now. Tsunami, I know it's driving me a little nuts too. But we will learn to live. We will learn to live. Alright, next one, sand molars. Oh, I hate the moles. Moles are so stupid. Okay, deal. Different tile on the map there, that's interesting. Nobody there gives 100%! I see what you did there. Alright, how are we doing on upgrades? Monica just needs some scales to get her chopper upgraded. Do we have any more? I don't think we do. I think we're a little bit stuck there. Until we find some more, which we will, you know. Tsunami, we got a hint? What about? Let's see. 4M, welcome in. How are you doing today? This area and the strangely melancholic and somehow upbeat music reminds me of Kingdom Hearts. Oh, in the beach area? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Donnie is easy to get. I think he said he wanted coins. I think he said he wanted a dark coin. I don't think I have a dark coin yet. I've got a wealth coin. I've got a indestructible coin. I think I have another coin too, but yeah, I think Donnie said he wanted a dark coin. I don't have one of those. I've got a healing coin too. Yeah, dark and indestructible. So I've got indestructible. I do not have a dark coin yet, unfortunately. I think I might know some places I could buy one? Question mark? But we don't need Donnie this second, so I'm not going to stress about it right now. Yeah, this game has such good music, it really does. Beautiful, beautiful soundtrack. How are you doing today, 4M? How's your week going so far? Alright, so how about Max's weapon? How are we doing with building that up? So we need some more scale. So to upgrade the Stinger Wrench, we need 45 scale, which is going to be 14, 19 more. I think we might have a little bit more. Oh wait, no, we were just looking for scale. No, I don't have any scale. All right. Yeah, we just need more scale to build both of those up. Trying to win 8 Spada games. Ooh, interesting. Are you going for medals or something else? All right, this is a max enemy. Oh, jeez. And I already forgot how hard that guy is to stun, unfortunately. Something else. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, good luck. I hope you get some good drops so that the courses are relatively easy. Keeping my fingers crossed for it. It's Friday and you're streaming. That makes for a pretty great start to the weekend. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Glad to have you with us today. All right. Some more beast. I like that. You don't need any at the moment, though. There's the Geostone right off the bat. I like that. Don't have to worry about finding it later. Oh, God! He actually spooked me a little bit.
Very good. Here you are.
Ah, more glass. I can always use more glass. That's one of the ones we go through pretty often, so I'll take that. Oh, there's the moles. God, I hate these guys. I'm gonna try using Monica because she's a little bit faster. See if that helps any. Got an A hit in there. Ow. Doesn't help much. Ow, damn it. I have not figured out a good way to fight these guys yet. Which usually means I should try Ride Pod. It's usually running around in big old circles and just swinging the swords. It does get the job done a surprising amount of the time. Although in here it doesn't seem to be helping. I was trying to heal, it wasn't working. Have you ever played The Town with No Name? Is that really horrible adventure game? Because if so, I haven't played it, but I've watched a couple people that have played it. Yep. I have not played it myself, but I'm familiar with it. I had the great pleasure of watching someone play it that did not get the reference at the end of it, and thus was really confused, and that was just delightful. It was just wonderful and magical, and it made me so happy. It is right up my alley, but it's also a very frustrating game. So it's a bit of a trade-off there. On one hand, I do want to show it off because it's super weird. But on the other hand, kind of trash. Ow! I get a lot of damage this dungeon. Meanwhile, back in town... Oh my god! Now we're in a bad condition. Because we got 2 people down. That just leaves Max. So, first order of business is let's fix the ride pod. Bust it out here. We got max ride pod fuel anyway. There we go. Never a bad thing to get the ride pod a little bit of XP. Beautiful, beautiful. I am so glad we have fans of Town with No Name in here. That's a beautiful thing. I did not expect that name would get so much recognition, but I suppose if we're gonna have fans of a weird game, it's gonna be in this channel. You folks are amazing. World record speedrun is 4 seconds. That's hilarious. That sounds like exactly the kind of garbage programming I would expect from that game, and that's beautiful. Ah, there's another mole over there. Oh, I can take him down 2 hits with the ride pod then. Alright, ride pod cheese it is. I have seen speedruns of that game before, and it is... I hesitate to say impressive, but it is hilarious. It most definitely is that. A lot of chests in here, that's all. Oh god! I was all excited for a second there. I should not have been. There we go. Of course, if there was going to be that many chests, at least one of them was going to be a mimic. I should have anticipated. Alright, bunch of stuff we haven't explored over this way. I don't think we have the magic crystal yet. Can't actually see where we've got enemies. I think I must have gotten real lucky hitting that guy last time. There we go. I'll take that, though. Getting out of hand with these no names. It's true. Name things, for crying out loud. Just give them a name. It's not hard. Town with no name? Alright, let me help you with that. The town is called Steve. There we go. I just named it. Where were you guys? Anybody in that town could have named it Steve at any point, but they didn't. It's wild. Just call it Steve. Fine. Oh god! Two mimics on one floor. That's some mean luck. Let's repair my wrench before that gets out of hand. Oh, damn it! Oh, I got careless there. Yeah, I deserved that one. Damn. Well, that's my first death today. I suppose that's a positive thing, but... Oh, that means we gotta redo that floor entirely over. In Finnish, the ring finger is literally called the nameless finger. That's really unusual. Why one finger in particular called the nameless one? That's weird. Oh, I hate moles so much. We're just gonna try ride pod on the moles now, though. I think that's about the best. So if anybody hasn't seen it yet another one of the wacky mechanics of this game is that all the dungeon floors are procedurally generated. So the floor is gonna look completely different now. Which is indeed nuts. This game does a little bit of everything, and yes, procedurally generated dungeons. Yet one more thing it does. Alright, we got the map in the first chest, that's a good thing. I would have preferred to have the magic crystal if we could, but I'll take what I can get. Ow! Damn it! How is that guy so good? Well, oh, I got a hit out of him there. Damn it! Oh my god. Oh, even the ride pod's not much better at fighting these guys. There we go. Yeah, when he's in the ground, not only can I not damage him, but I lose my targeting lock on him as well. Which is kind of a little bit OP. Back in the olden times, the ring finger was associated with magic, and so it was considered too powerful to be given a name. Alright, superstition I will always expect as accept as an explanation for stuff like that. I mean, that checks out for me. Alright, oh, we have some keys. We haven't actually come across a locked chest in a long time, but we do have a couple of keys. Crystal Brazzard. See if that's an improvement for Monica. So that is attack 28. And the Crystal Brazzard is... attack 35. That is a step up. Alright. Equip that. Beautiful. We might actually be able to damage enemies with range for a change. That'd be nice. The finger who shall not be named. I love it. All right. Let's see. Where was I at on grinding? Oh, I did want to. I was working on Monica, but then the moles threw me off. Right? Yeah, I think that was it. Alright. Got another mole we gotta fight here. So we sometimes have a chance to hit him right as soon as he pops up there. It's basically our best chance. There we go, we got the stun. And once we got the stun, he's toast. Unfortunately, we're facing a lot of enemies that Monica can't really help very much with. There we go. The statue is literally out of the first Dark Cloud, the model anyway. Somebody mentioned there's a lot of little references like that to the first Dark Cloud. So that makes sense. And hey, I never even played much of the first Dark Cloud, so, you know, not like I can complain. Works out well for me, then. Where's his chest? There we go. Lazy developing? No, I'm not going to call it lazy in the slightest. They're entitled to reuse stuff. Especially if, you know, it's another game in the same series. And that is a max enemy right there. Got the block up in time, that's good. Ah, damn it, I forgot he does that. Alex! Welcome in, Alex. Welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody doing today? For anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Shane. This is Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today I am playing Dark Cloud 2 for the PS2. How are you doing today, Alex? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. I would love to hear. And if anybody here is not following Alex, you should jump on that. He's a fantastic streamer. Plays a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this other thing too. And it's just really fun guy to hang out with. Really chill, very cool community. Ow. I got a hit there. Come on, do jump attack. There we go. But make sure to click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You're gonna have a great time over there. I betcha. Did 3 games. First was Save Room. I know that one. That's a very cool game. I hope you enjoyed that one. Next was Lumberjack Island. Ooh, that sounds like a cool one. I might have to look into that. And then DVD to wrap up. Alex, have you seen the voice lines from the Nick Cage character? I need to hear every one of your thoughts on it. I must hear your thoughts. Please. There we go. Got him taken care of immediately. That's a good thing. I'll bring back Max to take out the statue. Oh, there's that rock right there, so I can't circle strafe him. Rude. Get away from that rock. I hate saying that because I hate Nick Cage. That is a fair thing. I just think it's hilarious because it feels like they just sort of put him in the vocal booth and just like didn't give him any lines. They're just like, hey, can you just talk crazy for like 4 hours and then maybe we'll find something usable in there? Yeah, it sounds like they're gonna have to nerf the bejesus out of him. So I feel sorry for anybody that's buying him right now, because there is no way he's gonna stick around in this form for very long. But sounds like a fun time right now, though. Oh, Ride Pod's taking a beating here. His perks are super low tier, but they're funny? Really? Interesting. I know I heard a lot of people being like, I have no idea how to deal with this guy. That is interesting. He's a vampire? Oh god. Wait, what's his line against Michael? I haven't heard that one yet. I think the only character-specific line I've heard from him is from Sadako, which was indeed amazing. And doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Come on, use the jump attack. There we go. Just let yourself fall to the ground in the dying star. Alright, that's ridiculous. Oh, that is spectacular. I just, how did this come about? I have so many questions. Like, everything about this makes no sense to me, which is probably the best part, but I do have a lot of questions still. Nick needs some money, probably. Nick, he seems to be motivated by that in most things. Also, did Renfield bomb? I wanted to see that one, but I haven't got around to seeing it yet. Tony Hawk DLC? That would be so amazing. You know what would be the ideal way to do a Tony Hawk DLC, I think? I think the best way to do a Tony Hawk DLC is to give him no voice direction whatsoever. Just have him be like, "Hi, my name's Tony Hawk, and I'm currently on a hook dying. Please help me, if you can." "Hello, I'm Tony Hawk. I'm repairing a generator right now. I don't know where I learned to do this, but apparently I'm pretty good at it." Please tell me that wouldn't be worth the price of admission. Let's see, healing. Run out of healing items again. The director of the game responded by saying, "Mr. Hawk, here's my email. Let's make it happen." Oh my god. That would be incredible. Like, I think it would be hilarious. Like, DBD is a game that could definitely use a little bit of silliness. So if they did that, I'd be happy. Yes, like half of Tony Hawk's social media presence is mentioning people that don't recognize him. Like, he has a lot of stories on, he has a lot of stories on his social media of being like at the airport and giving the security guard his ID, and they'll be like, "Oh, Tony Hawk, you know there's a skating guy named Tony Hawk?" And he'll be like, "Yeah, I think I've heard of him." And like nobody ever says, "Are you the Tony Hawk?" It's like, "Oh, hey, Tony Hawk, what a coincidence. You share a name with another dude. Did you know that? Have you ever heard of Tony Hawk?" Yeah, 50 years old, and the dude is still skating and is still just phenomenal at it. Like, I don't think he's going to win any competitions anytime soon, but it's still, the guy's out there doing the thing. Wait, are you the Shadys Games, the one and only? If only someone would have asked earlier. If only. Oh god! There we go, get the stun on him. Perfect. Behind him. Alright, need to repair the sword, but doing good otherwise. Alright. And I need to blow my nose real quick, so I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Wait, is there actually a Chanel out there? I have never actually encountered a Chanel on Twitch, but one of my old regulars, as a joke, did register the username Chanel's Games. Like, that's not actually a streamer, that's just one of my regulars that thought it would be really funny. Because it is. And I appreciate that that does exist, though. Tsunami, I've been through almost the whole valley area, and Monica has yet to learn Magic Absorb. I think you learned it on one of the levels with the dragons. Like, I thought you just learned it on one of those levels just because you do a lot of Magic Absorb there. I think you also have to... I think you have to block one of those magic attacks, too, as Monica. So make sure you're doing that, too. Make sure you're playing as Monica, and you block one of those magic attacks from a dragon. And that might, if you haven't triggered it already, that might do it. Lazarus D's? Oh, that's fantastic, Les. Gotta appreciate when you start getting your own memes. That is a wonderful time. Oh god, there's so many mimics today. We are fighting all of the mimics ever today. Block, what is this technique you speak of? Hey, you want magic absorb? You're gonna have to learn it. Oh god. That's my Midwestern slipping out in there.
Looks like we got them all.
Alright. You can place Spada on this floor. Let's see where the sphere is. Oh, hell no. That is way too far away. I decline. No, thank you. I mean, it's two straights, I suppose. Still, I don't want to. It's too far. Alright. We got the geostone and everything, so let's go ahead and get the hell out of this place. Since this floor's already killed me once. Friggin' moles, man. Is this place one big water hazard? That makes it even worse. I don't even know what the rule there is. Alright, I need to buy some healing items before we go back too. Excuse me. I see what you're doing, Finkeroy. I'm a little slow on the uptake, but I see where you're going with this. I understand. Alright. So let's download the geostone. Bridge block. Block 3. Someone resides in Vinicio. Alright, so we can do the first goal now. We'd have to get Claire moved in, I think. But I think we can do that. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, we need 5 more pier pieces. So what do we need for that? Let's start with that. So for the pier... Oh, weird block pieces. So we need 20 rolling log. Let me make a shopping list here. 20 log. And then we need to make a pot torch as well, I believe. I'm assuming that'll take care of the goal anyway. To get that, we're going to need another 2 rolling log. So 22 rolling logs, and we should be able to make what we need for the moment. So let's go shopping. Move to Vinicio Station. All right. And we haven't actually visited the future in this area yet, so that'll be new. I don't know where we're going to find, but since it's talking about restoring labs, that could be pretty cool. Conda. Rolling log is the first thing we need. 22! Which we actually have money for a change, so we can afford this stuff, which is awesome. Speaking of which, while I'm thinking about it, we wanted to make the... Yeah, we're talking about making the roller foot for the robot. What do we need for that? We need 30 scraps of metal? Well, hell, let's do it. I think we can afford it now. Let's see. I don't think that'd cost that much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, no, we can totally afford that now. Alright, so... make... foot. Oh, that does use another 10 rolling logs, right. So we need another 10 of those. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's buy more of those, make sure we don't run out here. Perfect. Alright. So now we go to make. We make the roller foot. Perfect. And we go to item. Find it in the inventory. Perfect. Strong but slow, it says. Alright. Ride pod's looking pretty nice. We're going to want to upgrade his energy pack next. Because we haven't literally ever done that, which energy pack is his HP. So he's still got his base HP, even if we have leveled up his defense a bit. We can talk to Cedric right outside, though. He should be able to help with that. So it's a himbo! Yes, we've got himbo legs. Alright, did I already buy everything? Yeah, I already bought everything. There we go. So we'll take a quick stop and talk to Cedric. Himbo legs! How are you doing, Kiss? Is that the first thing you heard upon coming in? Because if so, that's awesome. Repair the ride pod. Upgrade the ride pod. What do we want? Get another shield kit, I suppose. Perfect. And we'll apply that immediately. Perfect. And let's check that out just to see. Alright, so the ride pod now has 30 defense, which is awesome. Been lurking for a while though. We'll help you enjoy your lurk and welcome in. Hope your week is going good as well. Alright. Head to Vinicio, and start placing the rest of these pieces. Hey, Grushin! Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope all is well with you. Alright, so, make pier. 5 of those. And then place here. Start placing all these down. Did they not snap this way? Oh, there we go. Sure, that's even at least. No. Oh, that doesn't want to snap in cleanly either. Of course it doesn't. There we go. And last piece. Perfect. Daredevil? Is that the Netflix Daredevil? That seemed like a really cool show. Make pot torch, I assume. Sure. And then place it. Right here. Alright, see if we can get Claire to move in now. Move people in. Alright, good. We did get Claire moved in. Go to analysis. Alright, so now we just need to get the culture points up. What are we at right now? A paltry 14. Alright. So is there anything else we know we need to build up here? No, there isn't, unfortunately. There are some other things I know I need to make just to get out there, so we can start working on those, I suppose. For example, laundry. I need a picture of laundry, so let's go ahead and just put those here. Place the laundry. Where does it go? Laundry need to be connected to something? I think it connects to a house. I don't think it connects to these houses, though. Mistakes have been made. No, I see no way to connect it. All right. Let's see. Building a tiki bar in the flood zone. Excellent idea. Can't let this bar play songs and stills forever. Saves me the trouble of kicking him out. Building an iron home right in the scorching sun, though. Yeah, that's gonna be a. I wouldn't want to live in there. That's for sure. We need to build a warehouse as well. I know that. So I need another 4 rolling logs. All right. So let's go get those. And then after that, I don't know. Let's see if there is anything else we can build with what we got. Oh yeah, seawater and iron absolutely do not mix. But for some reason the game is demanding that that's what I build here. I don't get it. But if the game wants it, the game gets it. Well, that's what we're doing. Kind of thing. I'm like, do I want a spring for the energy pack? Not really, because I think I'll be getting a better energy pack before too long. Do it! I triple dog dare you. Build the iron house. Alright, I guess. As long as I don't have to live in it. Going for a high turnover rate of residents? We're supposed to be helping to rebuild the future. So presumably, these are houses that will last for generations. I don't know that they're going to. Just in general, building houses, you know, this close to the sea just seems like a bad idea. Right, make warehouse. Then place warehouse. Oh, god damn it, does that have to be attached to a wooden house as well? Oh, I bet it does. Alright. In that case, let's move back over to Sindane, because we got wooden houses there. We need to get them placed somewhere anyway, so we may as well see if we can place them here. So, the future belongs to the permanently baked. I know some people that would like to be in that category. Alright, laundry. Can I attach it to a house here? Maybe. There we go. Alright, we got laundry. Now, place warehouse. There we go. Perfect. Now I need to switch to max and take photos of both of those for some reason. There's the warehouse. There's the laundry. What did I need those for is the question. Let me check my notes. Alright, I've got an invention. Waterfall laundry palm tree. check that out first. Save both of those. Alright, make new invention. So let's go laundry, palm tree, waterfall. I think we did finally get that, right? Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, it works!
What? What? What do I need soap for? What the heck does soap do in this game? Cleanses goo. Sure, great, awesome. That's maybe a thing I need at some point. Please tell me I said in this game. I distinctly said in this game. Washing, I guess? How do they do laundry without soap? I don't know. Maybe my character's the one that hasn't heard of soap before. I have no idea. I don't actually have anything in my notes that mentions a warehouse. I think that might have been something LTG mentioned. But either way, I got it for when I need it in the future. I am going to take a quick look because I need something else put in my notes. See what I got. Do I have... let's see. I have that. Do I have milk can and chimney? I've got milk can. And I do not have chimney, surprisingly. Can I get chimney right here? I thought I placed a chimney at some point on one of these. Like, is that a chimney? That is a chimney. All right, cool. So I'm missing one photo for another invention, but I got two. I'll make a note of that. Gotta cleanse that goo. Yeah, Max is incredibly filthy rich. Maybe he doesn't know how soap is made, because soap is made by the peasants, and Max wouldn't know how what the peasants do. That makes sense to me, at least. What do you think? Is that it? He's so rich he doesn't know how things work? Possibly. Alright, stock up on healing items lore here, too. Because we are kind of running low. It's true. That's true. That would make sense. Alright, we've only got one bread left. Alright, so let's buy 11. Perfect. That's possible too, Grushin. I won't roll that out. Soup is for peasants? Soap or soup? Or both? There we go. Alright. I thought I got what you're saying there. Alright, so I've got 3 houses here. Do we have somebody living in all 3? Adele lives in that one. Did Adele need to live here? I don't actually remember what we were up to here before. Yeah, Adele needed to live here. Polly needed to live here. We still need to get Mullane. We'll come back to that. Soup is delicious. I do like a good soup. Chat, what is your favorite soup? It'll be a wild side quest. It will be. Can confirm. Alright, hop back over to Balance Valley for a second. Beef barley. That is a nice, rich one. I can respect that at least. Salmon chowder. Oh, that is a good one. Hot and sour. I don't think I've ever had hot and sour soup. The broccoli cheddar, a classic. The now is water soup. To each their own, I suppose. I like something with a little more meat in it, personally. Wonton's a good soup, absolutely. Salmon potato leek soup. I've never had that one, but that sounds delicious. I do love all of those components. I imagine I would probably love that soup. What was the last thing? We need to get Stuart in here. I don't think we have a house for him. Let's double check. Priest Bruno living in the church, because of course. We got Parn living in there. We got the chef living at his job, which sounds miserable. We got the sheriff living over there, so I think we'll see if we can put another house here. Of course, we need another 20 rolling log. Yeah, let's go ahead and at least place the house over here. I don't know if we'll get anything for getting that place, but let's see if we can 100% this place. Pho is tasty. A lot of variety there. Mushroom leek, another good choice there. I do love a good miso. On a cold day, miso is just amazing. Broccoli cheddar in a bread bowl. I don't know why bread bowls make broccoli cheddar soup better, but it does. It absolutely does. Can confirm. He doesn't live in his job, he works in his house. I suppose you could look at it that way. Extremely important distinction. Alright. Give me 20 rolling log. Yep. Still doing pretty good on cash. I appreciate that. Yeah, if nothing else, hopefully this will get us another chest. And the chests we get from Giorama are really nice. Often with permanent upgrades. So I'll take that. Matter of fact, it seems like the only place to get permanent upgrades is through Giorama stuff. So, let's head over to this island. Make a wooden house. And then place a wooden house. Is it like right here? Didn't seem to want to place it anywhere. Do a little bit of cleanup first. See if picking up one of those will do it, and then place wooden house. There we go. Oh, for a second. Yeah. That should be good. Alright, that made one a little bit too heavy, so we're going to need to move some of these trees over to 3. So place this tree first. Oh no, 2 is the one that went up. There we go. Now they're all back in balance. Let's head over here and see if we can get Stuart to move in. If we even have Stuart. I don't remember if we got him yet. We do. Alright. There's been a change in the future. Maybe something will happen. Alright, let's see what that did. What did it say that one would do? We should check that as well. We are at 100% though, which is awesome. Sacred Gate is what that one was. The fact there's a gap in the iron fence still amuses me, I'm over it. As far as anyone knows, I'm over it. I'm going to announce loudly that I'm over it.
Looks like Starlight Temple has been completely restored. And it's all thanks to you two. Please, take this.
serpent slicer. Hell yes.
Thank you, Great Sage.
Oh, very good.
She's so weird. All right, let me check my chart and see where serpent slicer actually falls in the scheme of things, because I don't recognize the name offhand. Also, I don't think I see it on here, which means it could be a unique sword. Oh no, there it is. There it is. I see it. All right, interesting. Okay. Let me make sure this is the one I'm thinking of. Let's check in the inventory here. Where is the new sword? Oh, here we go. A sword bathed crimson in the lifeblood of snakes. That seems wasteful. And yes, it does have 3 different states, which is kind of awesome. Let's see, refresh my memory what Monica's using right now. She is using the chopper. So Serpent Slicer is actually just straight up better, which is kind of insane. And I think I can actually make that work. So let me see, the chopper is attack 58. And the Serpent Slicer is attack 54. What? I bet if we build up the Serpent Slicer a little bit, we can graft one onto the other and make a really kick-ass sword. That old bat pulled an entire sword out of her ass. She did, and she was smiling the whole time she did it. I need a Serpent Slicer as well. Got the chicken breast. That seems like overkill. Hey, Alchemist Merlin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. Glad to have you with us. There we go. All right, so I don't know if that's going to unlock a new chest now because we just got handed an item. Ooh, also, I need to take a photo of this, I believe. Moon crystal, yes. Perfect. All right. So it's possible that, yeah, there's a chest right here. Witch Parfait, we want to use that right away. That is more defense for Monica. Cool, that's another 4 points of defense for her. I like that. Another chest right here. With another potato pie, that's more defense for Max. Oh, that's awesome. Some very good rewards here then. This was 100% worth our while then. 100%. New sword. Better defense. I don't know how to get off this platform. Here we go. I'm like, I was pretty sure there was a bridge somewhere. I just don't remember where. I'm afraid I don't understand how you all can be so nonchalant about it. I don't know, you play enough JRPGs, you see characters pull swords out of all kinds of weird places. At some point, you either accept that you just sort of accept life is a mysterious and horrible thing. Or sometimes people just put swords in places where swords don't belong. It's just a thing that happens. Ooh, Fruit of Eden. That upgrades HP, and this one's going on max. There we go. Now both of my characters have 72 HP. Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant! There you go! Red knows what I'm talking about. These things just happen. It's just how it be. I can't control it, certainly. If I stopped to king shame every JRPG character, I would never finish a JRPG. There's just so much. All right. So we are now 100% done here. So we don't really need to come back to Balance Valley unless we need to shop for something. We have actually finished everything we need to do here, which is awesome. So, let's save first and foremost. And then... I think I want to do some more dungeon levels. I want to see if we can figure out a little bit more about our goals in the Georama for the new area. So I can see if there's anything that we really want to place, that we need to place, before I just start putting props down willy-nilly. I think that would be wise. Alright. 1,000 arms, there you go. So move to Ocean's Roar Cave. Next stage is Bat Den. Great, awesome. It's fine, Monica does have a ranged attack now at least. The threat of sudden decapitation. There's an image. Alright, let's see if Monica can get another level on this sword now. So she can start some fusing. Oh, jeez! And I am turned to stone. Do I have an item to cure that? Hope. I don't? I mean, I know that'll cure it, but... Wow, alright, she's dead. Well, that was brutal. We've never actually been hit by that attack before, so I got a little bit cocky. Wasn't I just talking about how Monica can use ranged attacks? If we need them here. Guess we're gonna have to try out how the ride pod's ranged attack. I suppose. Oh well. Oops. Oh god! That backflip is not helping anything. Let's repair real quick. Can't believe literally the first enemy wrecked us there. It's right up there with Aw Geez, which is why I had to make an emote of it. Actually, that's the literal actual story behind the Oh Geez emote. Is one of my old mods noticed that I said oh geez a lot, so they thought it would be funny to make a note of every single time I said oh geez on a stream. And I said, well, how many did I say? And he said, I got to 50 something and then I got bored of writing it down. So I do have some vocal tics, it would seem. Why am I missing? There we go. Alright, Ride Pod has a ranged attack now. Also, the Ride Pod is on roller skates now. So that's a thing. This game is so weird. Oh, jeez. This feels right. It does. Somehow this just feels like the way it's meant to be. Beautiful. What is that? Oh, that was one of my shots going wide. Oh, not taking any chances with that attack anymore. Now that I know it will absolutely murder me, I'm gonna be super careful. Also, maybe talk to the doc in the game and see if I can get some anti-petrify items, whatever the heck those are. It seems to miss automatically if I'm in close range. Which I guess is a ranged attack, that makes sense. There we go. Skates and rocket launchers, we have built a beautiful mech that I am proud of. It's an absolutely insane mech, but still. It's getting the job done, you can't argue that. There we go. Whew. Luckily we got something to fight back against the bats with. This is a nightmare frame? I don't understand the reference. Back up, back up. No, this is skate pod racing. You know, I've never actually watched much of Code Geass. It's one of those series that has been perpetually on my to-do list. Have never actually gotten around to it yet. I need to one of these days. I feel pretty confident I'd enjoy it. Just have not found the time yet. Gundam on Ice! I mean, my favorite, one of my favorite mobile suits is the Dom. Precisely because it handles like it's on roller skates. Which, if you're playing any of the Gundam games, is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. Alright. It's fucking stupid, would recommend. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I need to repair that, and it uses regular repair, which is weird. Too close. Alright, that's one bat down. I want to get both of the bats before I go after the Medusa if I can. There we go. Perfect. She's got her back turned. That's excellent. There we go. Whew. What I wouldn't give for a Zone of the Enders anime, that would be really cool. Wait, there is a Zone of the Enders anime? How have I not seen it yet? I love Zone of the Enders. Is it any good? He asked, already knowing the answer? Deep inside his heart, already knowing. I have to ask anyway. You know I do. Don't like anime, but only the classics. I don't know about the current ones. I'm not a huge fan of the current trends in anime, but I could definitely recommend you some classics. Dolores, that's the one. Yeah, that does sound familiar. I haven't seen it yet, I don't think, though. But I have heard that name. What is Zone of the Enders 2 anime? I mean, that's my preferred one to play out of the two, so that makes sense. Oh, audio's going weird again? Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Alright. Hey, Nanotechnician, how are you doing today? Hope you're having an excellent week so far. Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, Zone of the Enders 2 is one of my favorite video games of all time. It's not a perfect game, by any means, but it feels good. It feels good to play. I appreciate it. All right. It's an ugly planet. A bug planet. Let us continue. Alright, so I don't think we've found pretty much anything on this floor yet. Which is weird, because we're at least halfway through at this point. Well, I speak so soon, but I do see the geostone. Go ahead and grab that. I'm like, wait, what's attacking me? see this sneaky guy back here. Alright, we gotta repair that. I hate that that doesn't repair it all the way. That really sucks. One review of Dolores I bothered to find says solid. Oh, alright. Maybe it is worth a look then. I love when people RP in Starship Troopers. It seems like everybody does, too. Everybody that gets on voice chat, anyway, seems to be RPing to some level. Or at least quoting the movie. Relentlessly. Which, that's all I really want. Like just everybody that gets back to the evac pod just immediately needs to say, "Come on, maggots, you want to live forever!" Which I'm sure eventually I'll get sick of hearing, but I haven't yet. I haven't yet. 70s, 80s, and 90s, do you have any favorites, guy from Red Bank? I'm curious. We're having retro anime chat now, apparently, and I'm here for it. Ah, there's the key we need to get through that locked door. That's good. It seems like the farther we get in the game, the more densely populated dungeons are, too. It's not just that the enemies are tougher, it feels like there's more of them, interestingly enough. Alright, another bat. Close. There we go. Alright. Ninja Scroll. Shit, I haven't seen that since... well, since it was new, I suppose. Excellent choice. Giant evil centipedes? I feel like they've got to add bosses at some point, right? It just seems like a supernatural addition. I know right now they have those tiger bugs. Which is good, but you know, you see them like every mission. I need something a little different. A little bit more variety. Gundam Wing? I was all about Gundam Wing back in the day. Love, love, love that series. Cyber City doesn't sound familiar to me. That one I don't know offhand. Sounds like a cool name, though. Alright, nothing else down here. Let's head over to, what, the locked door, maybe? See what's back there? I don't recognize that one either, Alchemist Merlin. Completely not recognize that one. Oh, from the same guy that did Ninja Scroll. Alright, interesting. I did not know much about his catalog there. I mean, I know it's like the most... well, no, I was going to say my favorite anime is Bebop, but I don't think it is. I know Bebop's up there, top 2 at least, but also I am a huge fan of Baccano. I think Baccano is spectacular, and I would highly recommend that to anybody. I don't know if we got any other Baccano fans in here, but man, what a cool show. One season, says what it has to say, steps aside. I love it. Keep an eye on that Medusa. Really don't want to get turned to stone. There we go. Relentlessly, it's on your list to watch. I very highly recommend pushing it up. It's so good. It is a challenging watch because there's a lot to keep track of, but it's so fun. There's good feels too. I don't know that I'd call it a feel-good anime, but you're gonna have some happy feels watching. Oh, John, you like Baccano? Excellent. Violently stylish, that's a good way to put it. I like that. Alright. Monsters done. Let's grab this last chest and get the hell out of here. Interestingly enough, no beach layer on this floor. I assumed that was just gonna be the standard for all the floors, but I guess not. Haven't heard that one, guy from Red Bank? It's neat. Neat, and a nice quick one too, which is lovely. Alright, there's the hole. Haven't seen where the ball is yet. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop is just too good. I don't know how you could top that. Wow, alright, yeah, that ball is a bajillion miles away. Not super interested in doing that one. Ulysses 31, I'm not familiar with that one either. Violence Jack, I've seen a little bit of that one. It is indeed incredibly violent. Can confirm. Which, hey, if we're gonna name your series Violence Jack, you've got some standards to live up to. You know, I haven't finished Aurora, but I've liked what I've seen. I think I've gotten to the halfway point of that series, which is where the big twist comes in, and I did enjoy that too. And Shakes, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great week so far. Alright, that floor was a mess, but we got through. And Mana, welcome in. Mana has invested in a Harvester sequel. There should be an anime. It should be a multimedia project, don't you think? Can't just be a Harvester game. There's got to be an accompanying anime. There's got to be like a McDonald's toy line. We got to throw that in there too. But the anime is important. See if we can get Studio Bones to do it. We're obviously going to be raising like several $1 billion, so I'm sure we can get Studio Bones to do it. Magical Murderer Steve Son, they'll call it, I imagine. Just, you know, to fit the vibe. Yep, Isaac and Maria do make a side appearance in there, which is lovely. And, you know, fits the universe well. Alright, Iron Shed. And we got a new condition. Boat near Red Iron House. We might be able to do that. Let's see. I think we can make a boat, so that part's taken care of. Right? Maybe? Got the shop boat, is that the thing? Maybe. It's the only boat we have, as far as I know. Yeah. We can drop the shop boat. We're going to need 8 rolling logs. We should be able to do that. Your parents said it was educational? Wish my parents had me watching anime for educational purposes. I had to do my homework before I was allowed to watch DBZ. Oh yeah, the finale hurts. I would definitely hesitate before watching the finale again, but some of it's very watchable. Mushroom Samba? Toys in the Attic? I'll rewatch either of those any day. Especially Toys in the Attic, that's one of my favorites. Alright, what did I need, like 8 rolling log? I'm gonna use them anyway, so if I buy too many, that's fine. I didn't even know there was a manga for Violence Jack. Harvester 2 has to be an anime/live-action hybrid, obviously. We'll make it so that it's like, you know with Gabriel Knight 3? Like, you don't understand the plot unless you read the comic book first? We'll do that with Harvester 2. We'll have a 50-issue manga, and the plot of the Harvester 2 game just picks up right where the manga ends. So if you haven't read the entire thing, the game itself will make no sense whatsoever. Yeah, now we're talking. Concept album, manga, game, throw them all in there. Alright, make shop boat. And then place shop boat. Whoa, it's huge! Okay, that's gonna be a little tricky. Let's connect the shop boat to like right here. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna clean up. Actually, let me make sure. So it was the boat is by the Red Iron House? Boat near Red Iron House. It says it's near there, actually. I was gonna move stuff, but it says no, the boat's near. Alright, cool. That counts as near enough. We do need more culture points, but how much did that get us? We're up to 19s. That only got us 5 culture points. Can I take a picture of the shop boat? It's me boat. Suppose there is that. Doesn't look like there's anything to interact with here, though. Alright, well. I don't think I had boat before. I'll save that. Okay. I think that's everything we can do here for now at the moment. We still need to get more culture points, but like I said, I want to see if there's anything concrete we need to do that'll help us with that before we jump into anything. Allie Lordswood, congratulations on getting free from work. How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? Relentlessly, I've definitely been there before. I'm still super pissed that Danganronpa did that in reverse. Like, Danganronpa 1 is a video game. Danganronpa 2 is a video game. Danganronpa 3, the conclusion to the trilogy, is an anime. And then after that, the other game is like a reboot. So if you want to see the conclusion to the original series, it's an anime, not a game. I hate that. Take their compasses! Gamagumo, how do you keep winning those all-ins? Jesus. Been boring up until now. Hopefully we can make it a little bit more interesting, Allie Lordswood. Glad to have you with us. That was definitely a choice. Not one I'm a big fan of. And warded, nice all-in. Pirate's Hideout is the name of this one. You did lose some all-ins as well, but still, you seem to win a lot of them. I gotta say. Alright. So once again, we need to get Monica a little bit of sword experience. Which didn't go well last time because she was killed by literally the first enemy. Not really how I wanted it to be. But what are you gonna do? I have not actually seen the anime, because at the moment I'm not done being mad over the fact that it was an anime in the first place. Grenade launcher, is that a new gun? That sounds like a new gun. Let me check my chart. And then we might be doing some switching. Grenade launcher is a new gun. Where is it? Ooh, it's not really... It's not really where I want it to be, but... Yeah, what the hell. At this point, I should just take what I can get. Let's see, max... his current weapon is... Attack 27. And a grenade launcher is... Attack 25, it's not even better. Jesus. I don't know how to deal with this game. I have no idea how to deal with this game. This game's making me not trust rocks. Why is there bread in rocks sometimes? I think that's a valid question. So what the hell is this? Oh, this is the healing spring. We haven't seen one of those in quite a while. Oh god, creepy spider lady. There we go. Excellent. This guy's actually pretty dangerous. He has very fast attacks and a lot of different attack patterns. Let's see. I only kind of enjoyed Danganronpa. I really liked the first Danganronpa particularly. Also, if anybody's wondering, will we be seeing Danganronpa on stream? The answer is absolutely not. And the reason is because once they did a re-release of the game, they banned people from streaming it. The game that is only known in the United States because of streamers. And they announced that we're not allowed to stream it anymore. So... I don't think it's Spike Chunsoft that actually made it. I think they only published it. But whoever makes that game, they can screw themselves. Not doing that. Let's lure this guy over here. There we go. Let's see. The anime was fairly well received, but I found it unnecessary. I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, having some sort of conclusion to the original series, but... Oh, hey, we gotta swap weapons, don't we? There we go. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. There's another one over there, though. Let me get caught up on Shed here. Feel like I'm getting a little bit behind. I think I got the dial in on my grilled cheese, although I'd almost call it more of a fried bread sandwich. Shallow frying bread is kind of amazing. It is. Oh my god, the taste is so good. I did survive at least one semester of college on 50% Monte Cristos. Oh, that sounds like good living, though. I'm a little jealous of that. Let's see. But let's say I've played all the games and I really like them. I'm making a point of not interacting with the fandom, though. That's fair. That's fair. As somebody that was a Naruto fan all throughout college, I know all about being a fan and avoiding the fandom. Sometimes it's what you gotta do. No shame in that. As long as you're enjoying the thing you're enjoying, I think that's the most important part. I need to blow my nose again, so I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks. Alright, I am back. Man, what I meant was that my nose is blowing up. I posted it on social media and it is doing numbers, let me tell you. Absolutely blowing up. And yeah, relentlessly. I think if there's one thing I wish people could understand more these days, it's that it's perfectly okay to love a thing and also call a thing out for its bullshit. Because there is a great many things these days that have a lot to love, but also have a lot of bullshit. And you gotta find that balance. It's okay. Because if you call a thing out for its bullshit, oftentimes you get a better thing. And that's what we all want at the end of the day, I believe. We all want the thing we love, but better. Oh, jeez. I thought this guy was a clown, so I was looking at chat, and now I'm dead. Damn it! Alright, don't look at chat while fighting pirate captains. Oh, Jesus Christ! Holy crap! That guy killed me in like 3 hits? That was absolutely brutal. Holy shit. Dude dismantled me. I didn't even stand a chance there. Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch strikes again. Absolutely brutal. Shane is dead. Oh, God. And you know, the funny thing is people are probably going to go back in the VOD and be like, wait, didn't Shane say that those pirate captains are like serious shit? Didn't Shane say those guys are really dangerous? I did. I did, and that means I should have been paying more attention than I was. But I wasn't. Because when am I going to listen to my own advice? That'd be crazy. Ah, jeez. Oh shit, I've got the wrong attachment on too. Put the samurai arms back on. Whoa! That guy's got my number. Cripes! There we go. Whew. Got all scary for a second there. Go ahead and heal up. After that, that's worth a refuel. Shane sashimi! And like I said, the inverse is true too, is that just because the thing has some bullshit in it, bullshit that you call out, doesn't mean you can't love it. Like, you know, if you need an example, look at me and Deadly Premonition 1 and 2. I am passionate about Deadly Premonition. And you want to talk about bad game design in Deadly Premonition? We can talk about that all day long. Non-stop. I have so much to say. There is so much bad game design in there, and I'm willing to talk about it, because I still love it. The fact so much of that is horseshit does not in any way affect my love of it. It might even make it more powerful. If we're being honest, it might. I can't rule that out. The low hungers. Every game has a bit of bullshit, it's true. Some has more than others. Deadly Premonition has a lot of bullshit. Yeah, baby! That game had some frustrating parts too, but I still love it, because it was charming as fuck. Just because I like bad villains, especially if the villains aren't real. You know. Then saying I like them as a character does not at all mean I condone the things that they do. If you like real-life villains, I've known people like that, that's weird. But if you're like, hey, this anime villain is pretty neat as a character, you know, the best villains are complex and interesting. Nothing wrong with that. I was waiting for him to do the double sword attack, but if he wants to walk away, that's fine too. I don't know why he did that, but, you know, that's fine. There we go. There we go. After he does the double sword attack, usually there's enough of a break for me to counterattack, because this guy does have a pretty quick attack cycle. I have to be careful not to jump in at the wrong time. But that double sword is usually my cue, I think. Lock onto this guy. I hit him with a rock. Perfect. Wish I could afford to buy you a copy of Michigan Report from Hell. I'd really love to see you stream it. It's definitely pretty high on my wish list, so it's something that I suspect I'll be getting sooner rather than later. I think the only reason I haven't rushed as much to get it is while it's definitely my jam, I don't know how much I'm actually going to enjoy the gameplay. Because I've heard a lot of really mixed things about the gameplay, and by mixed things, I mean, I hear it's not so great. But, like, I do want to find out about it. And now that I have my white whale, it's probably pretty near the top of my wish list, so... You know, the time's probably coming. The time's probably coming when we're going to see that on stream. I will definitely keep you folks posted. Alright. Beautiful, beautiful. Take out Spider Granny. Beautiful. Alright, before we go any further, I do see there's another enemy over there. Drop the lock and see if we can upgrade here. Dead Signal, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's everything going with you? Hope you are doing well today. Alright, so that does have 5 synthesis points now. That's very good. So let me double check I can do what I want with the Serpent Slicer. Because I've got an intended to end the game here, and I want to make sure I can get where I'm going with the Serpent Slicer. It looks like I can, though. Yeah, if I go Route 2, that should be doable. Alright. So I can work with the Serpent Slicer, in which case we're going to want to hang on to it, in which case... so the chopper is +8, so that means we're going to want to level up the Serpent Slicer probably one more time. Make sure it has enough synthesis points there. Gaming Omo, having seen Michigan played, I'm 90% confident that it plays like dog shit. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Hang on, before I ride pod. Everything about that game is fantastic. I mean, like I said, I'm sure I'm going to love it because it's my kind of bullshit. But still, I don't know if the gameplay is going to appeal. I'm doing good, Dead Signal. Thanks for asking. Sorry, Spider Granny. You had to die. There's a lot of enemies in here. Holy crap. Go ahead and take these guys out. We are going to be doing some very good ride pod upgrading after this, I suspect. Alright. Grab these chests. In conclusion, I think people need to realize you can like things while acknowledging things are not perfect. As a matter of fact, like I said, you make the things better that you love by acknowledging their faults. It's important. It's important. Just learning to be objective about things you're passionate about, I think, is just a really nice skill to have. Yakuza 3, I know a lot of people really did not like that one. I see the Geostone. Let's head for that. Switch back to Monica as well. I don't know why this guy's just standing there, but alright. I'll capitalize, sure. Don't mind if I do. Alright, that's another level up, coincidentally. So that is 10 synthesis points. Go over to this. Spectrumize. Take this. Whew, 72 attack! Oh, that is bonkers. I love it. Perfect. Alright, I think we can safely... Well, I'm going to have Monica test out her ranged attack on some enemies too, because we could really use a decent ranged attack. But otherwise, I think it's probably time to focus on Max for a little while. I'm always complaining about the stuff because I like the thing so much. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I think from folks that I talked to, it did sound like 3 was frequently the least favorite. There's some nice repair powders there too. That's excellent. Alright, so we'll see if Monica can do any damage with her bracelet, because that would be really nice. Oh god, pixels. Unfortunately. The captain is a really strong enemy though, so that might be a bad example. Serpent Slicer is pretty fast too. Not bad at all. Alright, so... let me just see what the gulf is here. So Monica's currently doing 72 attack. And our boy Max is doing 65, so he's not horrendously far behind, but I think it's probably time to switch. Alright, got the Geostone. Thought there might have been a rock there I could throw. Just the oldest one that hasn't gotten a remake? That makes sense. Just sort of puts it out of step with the rest of the series, I suppose. Alright, also not going up to the beach for this one, so just a couple more enemies to take care of and then we're good. Enemies blocking all the time, that can definitely get frustrating. Ah, damn it. Ow! Messed up their attack at exactly the wrong time. Oh, now he's fast as fuck. There we go. Stole Holy Crystal from the enemy? Alright, that's the second time we've stolen from somebody. I'll take that, though. Woo! And I thought that was the last enemy. It's not telling me that. Weird. Ooh, Sea Dragon Crystals. Alright, we need more scales, I believe. Oh god! And that is a King Mimic! Man, this game does not screw around with mimics. They're not super difficult, but they are everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Alright. Wait, is that the ball? Oh shit, alright, this one's actually super close. But it's only a par 2. Oh, I think I might be able to get this one. Basically do one light shot and then dink it in, I think. That should do. Where's my club? Like, it's right there. Alright, so first, real light shot. That, oh, it didn't change its color. What the hell? I thought that would have changed its color. Well, we're gonna have to try for a bank shot now, which is not ideal. But maybe doable, possibly. Yeah, not ideal, but we're gonna have to try and make it work. I had it a second ago. I swear I had this bank worked out. Oh, I can almost see it there. This should work, I think. Or I can whiff. Damn it. Because I didn't hit in the actual range, it went a little bit wide. Oh, I thought that one was going to be so easy too. Brutal. Let's see, I need to catch up on the VODs because that looks like golf. That is golf. This game has golf. Golf to restore the time-space continuum. Which is the wackiest excuse for putting golf in a game that I have ever heard. Because they're like, this is the only way to repair the fabric of space-time. Also, people really love it. It's such a great chill sport. What? Sorry, what? How do you reconcile those two things? I don't understand. Make it make sense. All right, next floor. All right, let's make a save here. And see what the geostone returns to us. I've never heard of that one, definitely. Gamagumo, but as far as 3-word pitches go, that one's not bad. That one is not bad. Alright. Head over here and download the geostone. Iron Stairs, boat near Blue Iron House. Boat is not near Blue Iron House, but we might be able to move the Blue Iron House. Yeah, we should be able to move that. Alright, so clean up. If we place it right here, does that count as near? Find out. No, that does not count as near. Let's try again. Nope. Place. Is this near the boat? That is not near the boat. What if we move the boat a little bit? Place shop boat. Okay, what if we move it to like right here? Boat not near Blue Iron House? Seriously? Is it not blue anymore? Do I need to repaint it? There's not enough paint. Weird. I don't know how the boat isn't near it. Especially because the red house is near it. Inexplicably, the red house is near the boat, but the blue one isn't. Alright, I need to find out now. How close do I need to get the boat before it counts as being near? I need to know. Like, is that near? That is not near. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, it's possible it's not blue anymore. But I think it's still blue. Oh, it also says Blue Iron House isn't placed? What the hell? Did I break it? I think it just might not be blue anymore. Can't really tell. Yeah, I think it's just gray. Oh, alright, so I know I need to buy some more blue paint. I think we've got somebody that sells paint. I don't remember where, though. Trying to remember. Let's check in Balance Valley. I think I may have put him in there. Jimmy, welcome back. Glad to have you with us. I like how this view makes it look like you're a tiny blue tornado just moving around. That's how I like to imagine myself as most times too, in fairness. Alright, was it here? Who lives here? Parn? I don't remember any of the actual names. Alright, Parn's the painter. Buy paint. And we need to buy some blue, so let's just buy a bunch of it. Not that much, that's expensive. Alright. And now let's go try painting it again. And see if that's what we need. Actually, it's possible it needs more than one paint because it's big, so let's just buy a bunch, just to make sure. You need 10 for the house, alright, that makes sense. So every time I move it, I need another 10 paint just to repaint it? That's horrible. That's super frustrating. Fingers crossed work goes quickly today. I will keep my fingers crossed for you. Alright, and we're going to Venecio. Thank you for letting me know. That is so wasteful. Alright. Please tell me it's near the boat now. I desperately need for this to be near the boat. Also, can I get to the entrance of the house still? I can. Alright, paint blue. And... Alright, the boat is near the Blue Iron House. Good. Good. So we need to get Donnie in there at some point, but for right now we're doing okay. Culture went down a little bit because the houses aren't adjacent anymore, but we're going to have to live with it. It's fine. Alright. The boat's near both of them, that's the important thing. Let's head down here. And we're going to save. It does! It does! It sounds so just surreal saying that. I don't know why. Or it sounds like something you'd see on like one of those language learning apps. It's just such a weird, simplistic phrase. I don't know what's going on with that. Why is Donnie in the blue house? His color has always been purple. I don't know. I don't know. It does seem like a big hazard, doesn't it, Ellie Lawrencewood? Seriously. So unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but I think this is going to be a good time to stop for the night. Because we did just finish a big dungeon. We made a lot of good progress, and we're doing good in the Giorama as well, but I think this is where we're going to want to stop. But we'll be picking it up tomorrow, if you want to see more. Might even be able to finish this episode. I definitely don't want to, or this chapter, I should say. I don't want to promise that, but we're making really good progress. So we'll see what happens there. It is that time again. Sorry, Ellie Lawrencewood, my apologies. And Mr. Lurker, welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. But yeah, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to be back tomorrow. I would love to see you here tomorrow for more of this. So I hope you'll be able to join us there, most definitely. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I had a great time hanging out with you. This was hilarious, chatting about anime and whatnot. It was really nice. That quick paint job again. Most definitely. So we do have one last thing to do before we call it quits for the day, as always, and that is... Let's see who's online right now. So if you're not done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would like the opportunity to. So make sure to hit follow first and foremost. That'll be the easiest way to find me tomorrow, or at any point if you'd like to come back. We'd love to have you. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there's some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already. including a link to my YouTube if you would like to check out some of this game if you missed any, or if you want to see any of the game we played in the past, feel free to check those out as well. And we have a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with me or with the rest of the community. We'd love to have you there. And oh, I see where we're going because I must. I am compelled by the very nature of who I am to head over here. I have no choice. Absolutely must do this at all costs. So ladies and gentlemen, I would really love it if you would join me as we go raid a fellow retro streamer by the name of Fractal Mind Mike. He's a very cool retro streamer. He focuses mostly on big box PC games, and today he is playing one of my favorite adventure games of all time, Gabriel Knight 2: The Beast Within, aka the FMB Gabriel Knight. I love this game so much, it makes me so happy, so I had to raid him. So join me over there, say hi to Mike, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks tomorrow for more Dark Cloud 2. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.